Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
As Race 2 in the Major Series continues to track on, we head to the World Center of Racing, the one and only Daytona International Speedway for the Intimidator Daytona 500. It is the toughest test for NASCAR Cup cars in all of the world. And today, our drivers from the Pacific region will make their way onto the track for a series of 2 duels that set the field for the full Intimidator 500. Hello, everyone, and welcome here to SimSpeed. My name is DJ Clark. Delighted to be joined by Lynn Kinchlow and Reese Gardner behind the scenes here. Jay Kennedy is our director. And this is a race that everyone looks forward to, but one that is a little bit different than many of the other races that we will go to, as opposed to a traditional, and we can say this again, Indianapolis 500 or open wheel event. A race here at Daytona means a little bit of co-opetition, having to work with those around you in order to be fast, but it sets the stage for what is always one of the most thrilling races of the year.
You said it, DJ. This is quite possibly the early race in the season for our drivers to take part in. And you said, and then here's your format currently for the Intimidator this year. It's going to be a little different than what you might expect for real life. We are going to run 2 125-mile qualifying races at the same time, and we'll take the top 18 from each of these duels to make the top split for the evening, while the remainder will have to try their luck down in the second split. And that's the kind of the key thing, DJ, is not only are we running 50 laps right now, but then there's a whole other 200 lap race afterwards. That's nearly 625 miles in one sitting.
Yeah, it very much is. These drivers are going to be very tired of seeing left turns come up, Adam. I've got a sneaking suspicion, but they're going to have to get used to it as we take a look at exactly where we are. As we said, Daytona International Speedway, the spiritual home of NASCAR, began racing on the beach not too far from the center of racing right now at the 2.5-mile super speedway. We take a look, zooming on in there. Some of the highest banking in the world constitutes this monster of a circuit. 2 lanes, very easy to get going. Indeed, that's probably going to be the way to play around here. 3 lanes, so possible. 31 degrees banking in the turns, 18-degree banking on the tri-oval, and we'll throw 3 degrees down the back straightaway just as well. Ignore those little red squiggly bits. That was a couple of weeks ago. It's time to go NASCAR Cup racing here.
It is big, it is fast, and I'm excited because I'm just looking out at this facility. It's incredible how far we've come. You said it. We started out on the beach. They decided, maybe this is a little too sketchy. We need a dedicated home for us to try our luck at. They got together in the Streamline Hotel, put together the National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing, and many years later, here we are.
The rest is history, as they say, identical, symmetrical on either side of this circuit, as opposed to Talladega. That start-finish line right in the middle of the tri-oval as they go. It's going to be a very, very interesting race. And as we said, the 2 lanes around here are going to be popping up quite a bit, as bump drafting is going to be the name of the game. And we take a live look right now at what that all looks like. Running in a line like this, trying to keep everything together, and trying to minimize your aero resistance on either side, Lynn. That is one of the trickiest things to try to do in this modern Cup package.
And having raced throughout our practice races this week, there are some little quirks that go along with this draft package. You would expect being right up against the guy in front would be the fastest, but not necessarily. I've observed, at least in practice, that if you try to line up in tandem with them, you can tend to side draft them just a little bit, kind of pushes the air up over the spoiler and slows them down, and then you don't get to go anywhere. Like, see here on board with Miles Crab, just don't want to touch him too hard, just want to be right here. Then you give him a little shove, keep pushing him, and then you can just try to carry that momentum up through the group to your lead pair.
Yeah, try to carry that momentum as much as possible. That's really the motion of the day, is carrying that momentum. A lot of squiggles there for the 991. That's Cody Richardson right up ahead. That's not what you want to see. You don't want to have a lot of movement here in this line. You want to stay as even as possible, once again, to minimize that aero kickback on either side of the car. We do ride on board with here the number 31 machine of Miles Crab, as he's going to come around behind. And one of the other things that we have to talk about, there's going to be a lot of bump drafting here. That is the name of the game. But there is the old adage here, Lynn, never push the pusher. You only want to have one driver making that push. Sometimes you can get away with a 3-wide push a little bit, but that's never really what you want to do. You much more want to have just two pairs kind of pushing each other along. We may see some of that 3-car push a little bit later in the race, but it's going to have to be a little bit calmer.
Exactly, DJ. The critical thing for that car third in line to keep track of is making sure that his second guy is able to transfer as much energy as possible into the front, because you want that little seesaw effect. Push the car out in front a little bit, the second guy gets the big run, able to transfer more energy. It's just a constant crescendo. You want to be able to put together a good band to be able to make a harmonious song. And if you strike the wrong chord, well, then you just might trigger the big one.
Yeah, exactly, and you never want to have the big one. That is something that we are going to be talking about here today because of the high speeds. I mean, we're talking here in the draft sometimes northward of 200 miles an hour for these Cup cars that we will be seeing that draft certainly start to come into play a little bit. And when you get into that kind of incident, even just the merest little bobble of off the track can cause a domino effect all the way back through the field, causing that big one to take place. Now, you did see there on your screen that split that we had. That is because we are running both of the duels concurrently here at the moment. So we have one duel going on and another one going on at the same time. We'll be keeping an eye on both of them, keeping you up to date on both of them as they go along. And then, as you said earlier, Lynn, that's going to both filter their way up into the main event, the Intimidator 500, which will be coming on here shortly.
One thing to keep in mind, though, there are, in each duel, just like in the real Daytona 500, there is one car that is immune from falling out of the race. That is your front row for tonight's feature event. Everybody else, the remaining 49 cars, are going to have to try their luck in this pack. So you see the rules up here again. Those particular cars this evening, I believe, are Dallas Pataska. He'll be starting pole on duel number 1. And that piece of paper with the second row has disappeared for me.
Well, we'll figure it out here, and we'll keep you up to date on exactly who those are. Right now, we watch the number 7 getting a nice little push along here. Nathan Dowd and Brian Bennett working together. The 943 of Robert Northway linging behind. Again, judging that run, judging how far you need to really go and push here at this point. It's really all a matter of just trying to keep things together a little bit and trying to make sure that you are able to keep everything the way you want it to be. There is so much at stake here for these drivers. This is one of the big events that we talk about. You really and truly want to try to win here at Daytona because it is such a historic event for so many of these teams and drivers.
For the majors, it is one of the 3 Triple Crown events alongside Indianapolis and Le Mans, which for this year will again be the Majors 24 at Circuit de la Sarthe. You definitely want to try to win one of these because it has got a big prize at the end of the evening for all of our drivers. You get a nice challenge coin for winning, and I believe there's also a custom trophy involved.
Believe there is as well, and all of these drivers going to be trying to compete their way up towards the top of the field to be able to get everything. But we are going to run you through the starting order here. Your top 10 at the moment. Dallas Pataska, as we said, is going to lead the way out of the Midwest region. Then Cody Richards, the Illinois driver, will line up in P2. As we move back into row 2, it's Chris Wilhite there, followed by Alan Wilson III, the Hoosier in the 995, going to be lining up to the outside of row 2 in 4th place. Ryan Scrivener lines up in P5, followed by Andrew Kotska in P6. Moving back into 7th position, that's going to be Miles Crabb with Nathan Dowd to his outside for Sector 5 Racing. 9th place will be Stephen Hassett, and Robert Anderson will round out your top 10 here, Lynn.
Continuing onward, row number 11 gives us William Fletcher and Brian McGreevy in that UDOX machine, followed closely behind by Denver Lee Turkison and Tyler Bentley, a couple of ringers in this race for this particular round. Up next, Wesley Holland joins the fray alongside Wayne Hutchison, a longtime member of the majors, one of the few of the 100 Star Club. Next, Jimbo Pfeiffer and Lawrence Shaughnessy. He's been very quick in this particular outings. We'll see if he can make his way through. Tom Abramitis of the Mega Team is going to try to push his way through from the back to the front, alongside Robert Mattis in a ringer start. Continuing onward.
As we move back into the bottom half of the 20, it's Mike Hamlin lining up in 21st position, followed by Greg McNeely there in 22nd. 23rd will be James Jones, followed by Robert Northway in 24th position. 25th will be Brian Bennett for Sector 5. And then the UDOX Frank driver of Joseph Hoffman will line up to his outside in the 26th position. Now, we are ready to get going, working our way down the backstretch right now. And the big key here for this run and the way that this plays, one of the things to keep in mind here, you actually don't want to get a big jump on the field for Dallas Pataska. He actually wants to keep everything in line, keep it a little bit together, because if you get that big jump on the field, you're going to find yourself swallowed up by the time you work your way onto the back straightaway.
Whole week of 25 lap qualifying races. It's going to be business as usual for the first half of the race, but how is it going to sort out once we get down to the fuel numbers and we have to do pit stops? Pace car looks like it's about to turn in.
Yes, indeed it does, as it makes its way down into pit lane. Dallas Pataska has control of the field as they enter into the Geico restart zone. There goes the green. We are racing here at Daytona, and talk about a picture-perfect getaway for Pataska and Wilhite. Brian Scrivener going to be down on the low side as well, as it looks like those top 3 get a good bolt of momentum. Cody Richardson caught a little bit napping there. The 995 of Alan Wilson trying to hook up behind him. A lot of movement. There's Nathan Dowd making the first lane switch that we've seen of the day.
And that's the key thing. You want to get these cars single file. You want to get out there in front, be able to pull weight, because you're going to want to keep it as calm as you can for as long as you can, at least until the pit stop.
Exactly, and that pit stop could see things shake around, and that's when you really got to find who your teammates are and all of that. High lane still looking a little bit out of sorts. It's Miles Crab that's now going to hold onto the high lane. With that, looks like the 991 of Cody Richardson being put back in line there. He's going to be the one giving the push. Nice heads up for the 33 machine there. Not getting too aggressive with that push, just keeping things together. That's Alan Wilson the third. But momentum still on the low lane is now the 91 of Stephen Hassett starts to move his way forward.
What you notice at the moment is the high line is not necessarily coming down and side drafting the inside lane. They don't want to make too many moves as we get the first swap to the high side. The number 7, I believe it is going to take Miles Crab to the front, I believe.
Yes, indeed. That is going to be the number 7 working their way around right now. That is Chris Wilhite that's going to be able to hold on to that of the 993 machine. There you see, able to get in front of Crab, use that momentum a little bit, and now momentum shifting back over to the high lane here at this point as the 023 of Dallas Pataska looking a little bit on the back foot. He's hooked up with Brian Scribner, but all of the momentum working up high here at this point in the running.
And that's where most of the speed has been. If the cars get single file, just like in real life, the high line train will leave the station very quickly. But with a really fast car, Dallas Pataska still lead the bottom. They're able to claw their way back up at least to row number 3. And you, again, as we said in the pre-race, see that third car in line on the inside? Not laying the bumper to the inside just yet. He's just making sure that he stays right up there with Dallas Pataska.
Yeah, just trying to hold everything together. That is the key. You really want to position yourself. That's the way to think about these races, and it'll be especially true once we get into the actual Intimidator 500 itself, that it's all about positioning, getting yourself set for that last 20 laps or so to really make the charge forward. But right now, Wilhite Crab working their way up ahead. We ride on board the number 91 machine. That was Stephen Hassett, I believe, as he was starting to make his way forward, just holding on low. So it looks like the 023 of Pataska starting to gain a little bit more momentum, drawing up alongside Cody Richardson, but momentum shifting back to the high lane here as they come through the tri-oval.
Not a whole lot that you could do on that inside at this particular point. Most of the energy is being built in the back and then being pushed forward. And you notice it's kind of even all the way back. It's still essentially it's 13 rows of 2. So until we start seeing more exchanges happening, I think this is where we're going to sit for the time being.
Yeah, I think we are as well. I don't anticipate a lot of aggressive movement here from these drivers. Again, this is a waiting game for a lot of them. This may not seem like an endurance race to those who just watch the 24 hours of Daytona here in the real world. But trust me, running a 500-mile race around a tri-oval such as this is a game of endurance. Little bit of a bobble there for the 91 of Hassett. Going to hold things back up underneath them here at this point. Looked like Richardson maybe thought about moving down a lane, but didn't exactly have clearance there from the number 23. Now momentum coming back to favor on the side of that. We drive on board here Joseph Hamann right now. Up a couple of positions, doing a pretty good job to try to hold on to those spots. Rides in 26th place right now. That is the back of the field here. And there you can see the speed that he is able to get going into turn 3, over 200 miles an hour in a Cup car.
But the problem is, it's just like Interstate at the rush hour. You may be going fast, but where can you go with it? You can, it's looking mighty tempting to go up the middle, but I think it's way too early to try to do anything with it, especially if you're sitting right here at the back where you're not going to be finding an exit anytime soon from here.
No, you're certainly not. You are not going to find yourself in any sort of problem. Little bit of consternation farther back in the field. We take a look at the 33 machine as they continue to just try to plod their way along. I like what I'm seeing here down on the low lane. The 23 working together well. But we take a look on board Alan Wilson, the third, currently in 5th place. Up on the high lane here at this moment, riding behind the 991 of Cody Richardson. Richardson pokes his nose to the outside. That's probably on purpose there for him, because the other thing to keep in mind is you really and truly have to get some clean air onto the nose of these Cup cars every now and again. Otherwise, you're going to get oil pressure and tire and water pressure to go over.
Yeah, these cars are actually really sturdy in terms of the engine department. The water can get up to at least as high as 260 degrees Fahrenheit, oil at about 280, but with the banishment of the dreaded rolls of duct tape to add more aerodynamics to these cars, it's actually really, really difficult to overheat these things. You basically just have to lay the bumper to the guy in front for lap after lap.
Yeah, so that does make it easier, but still being a little bit careful about it nonetheless. Pataska losing a little bit more ground there. That's Andrew Kotska able to get a good run on him. As there, it looks like Kotska is going to be just clear as they enter into turn one. It's not going to be too much, and now the momentum shifts back around down to the low side here for the number 23, building that momentum back around, trying to see if there's going to be a little bit of a run. But again, it is that top lane that just continues to carry the best run.
And it's going to be like this for a while. Like we said, it's 2x2 all the way back. I don't see a third lane opening up just yet. Again, you can do it, but with the outside line running very close to that little seam that you see on the track right there, it's very difficult to try to work a car up under there.
Yeah, very difficult to do, and obviously if you run that third line, you're running closer to the cars around you. There's more room for error there at that point. So you don't want to have to put that into the equation unless you have to, unless we get to the end of the race here. Bottom line, starting to get a little bit more momentum as it looks like Scrivener starting to give the bumper to the back of the 23 of Pataska, starting to pull up alongside here. We ride on board as we see Scrivener in the Fusion Silver machine pushing his way to the front, and that's going to be a change for the lead there. Dallas Pataska briefly back up to the front.
You talking about margin of error, is that purple car on the outside about slipped up on the exit of 2. That allowed Dallas Pataska and Scrivener to close this gap right here.
Yeah, and it's just those little problems that you can have every now and again where you get yourself into problems. You know, you talk about this, but it's just the merest of movements on the steering wheel that can throw it off, and that is enough to bring this back around. And now at this point, waiting for the 31 to hook back up, Miles Crabb, big bump to the back there of the 993, and another little shove coming down the back straightaway. That's going to help them out a little bit more, but again, top lane getting more of that momentum as they come down through turns 3 and 4.
And you watch them, the outside line went down the hill ever so slightly, trying to get every last bit of momentum, because you saw that third car in line fell back ever so slightly. So it's literally a game of inches at any particular point. These guys are getting a little antsy. I'm not sure if I like this up at the front. They're trying a little too hard, I think.
Yeah, they're starting to get a little bit aggressive here at this point. I think a little bit antsy is the right word to use that you did there at that point, Lynn. As, there was a big bobble down to the inside there. That was Pataska and Scrivener just kind of getting a little bit misconstrued on where they wanted to put those lines in there and get that together. You've got to link up pretty well. Now, it's not like the Cup cars that we saw from 10, 15 years ago where bump drafting was a very perilous thing. These cars specifically designed the front and rear fenders to link up in a good way. But let's see at this point if they're able to keep going in the way that they want to.
And you said it way back in the Gen 4 eras where everybody was having to optimize the body designs. Now with the more spec composite bodies that they build with these next-gen race cars, they line up pretty well. And especially with the new designs from Ford and Toyota, I'm gonna say they're good-looking machines, but they also are, especially with this new damage model, they are really well designed for bump drafting at this particular point.
Yeah, they really are, and they are certainly going to be able to getting this along. But we are pleased to be joined up here in the booth at this point by Reese Gardner. Reese, welcome up into the booth. We've got some great racing action as we tick over lap 14. Everybody just working their way forward, getting into that crazy final 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's all about buying a ticket to those final 10 minutes, isn't it? You know, I've been in the session now for a few minutes. I'm very sorry that it was a bit of a late start for me, but you know, the main thing that I'm noticing is it's typical super speedway racing. Everybody's in the pack. Everybody's just trying to sort themselves out for that final 10 minutes. That's where you're really going to start seeing the action and maybe a push from the high line to try and get something done here.
Yeah, try to get something done here, and we started seeing something that, Lynn, you talked about earlier on. We're starting to see a little bit of that side draft starting to take place coming out of the corners. That high line starting to pinch.
Joseph Homan into the wall.
Oh,
Let's put the caution out. Damn. Well, commiserations, Lynn.
I was happy to be keeping my eye over on Duel 2 because we had one car dropped, kicked out of the draft entirely. They were about to go a lap down, so I missed completely what was going on over here. Unfortunately, Joseph Holman, great guy, gets in on a technicality. They were going to originally take the top 50, and as we get a replay right here.
That was a check up in the back of the pack.
Yeah, they went 3 wide. Oh,
Got turned.
Dead to the car. He's in as the 51st car because there was a tie for 50th place. So in this case, as a commiseration, Joe got to advance into duel number 1.
Yeah, and that's going to put him farther back in the order, as you can imagine. By the way, track conditions here at this point, about 83 degrees Fahrenheit on the track. So just about perfect racing conditions, Reese. That's really where you want it, kind of in that Goldilocks zone that we like to talk about. The one thing that drivers are not going to like to see is that 11 kilometers per hour wind gust. That's going to really affect these cars at speed.
Yeah, it certainly is. What direction is it coming from? The northeast. So if we think about the orientation of Daytona Speedway, that should translate into a bit of a headwind coming down the front stretch towards the tri-oval, perhaps a bit of a tailwind down the back stretch, unless I've got my orientation of Daytona all wrong. So that is a huge effect on the speed of these cars, as everyone, not surprisingly at all, is coming into the pits.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by this whatsoever. You might as well come in. You're going to need to make one pit stop over the course of this duel to make it to the end, more than likely, unless we get a lot of yellows. And you might as well come in and get a fresh set of rubber on the car here at this point. That would be at least my inclination. But it looks like the majority of the field here opting not to go for tires. I'm not seeing the jacks pop up. Yep, this is just a top off. And this does mean that towards the end we should be able to go. But look at that Miles Crab with the jump of a lifetime, albeit a very short pit stop, Lynn. Could that put him into problems when we get to the end of the race?
Considering these cars get about 36 to 40 laps on a tank of fuel, I don't necessarily think it's going to be an issue. And also, you notice not many people are taking tires. Tire wear is very minimal around here, and especially under caution, it's really safe to get off a pit road. If we're making green flag pit stops later and you don't take tires, it might be a little skittish on the way out.
Yeah, you may be a little bit skittish on the way out, but Pataska's going to hold on to second place position. That'll be interesting for me here, Reese, because that's going to put him on the high line. And we've seen Pataska really hold down low this entire time. So we're going to find out what that number 023 machine at this point has up on the high side.
Yeah, and, you know, when it comes to super speedway racing and running on the high line, I mean, at an oval where you have to lift and use the brakes, the high line obviously isn't always the best, but when it comes to super speedway, when everybody's flat out or lifting in the draft train, the high line can certainly work. You just got to make sure you play your cards right, and I guess make sure that you're not pushing the car in front of you into a spin. It can be very difficult to build up that momentum. It'll take a few laps for us to, I think, really see how that high line works for Dallas.
Yeah. As we take a live look here over at Split 2 as well. Remember, we are running the 2 duels concurrently here as they go. There's been a big crash over on that side. Oh, hard up into the walls there at that point. Not quite the big one, but the 27 machine with a big lick there, Lynn.
And the key thing, that's 2 Evolve cars right there. Those are teammates coming together in the back of the pack. A lot of the Evolve cars wound up in duel number 2, and it looks like there was just a miscommunication of trying to link up in the draft to get going, and that's going to give them an opportunity to pit over there in duel number 2.
Right, so that means that basically in both of the duels here at this point, barring another caution, we should be good to the end. Now, we're over the quarter-century mark here into the final 2/3 of the race as the lights are out on the iRacing sedan, getting ready to link back up here again and go back to green flag racing. Reese, when do we see these cars start to go 3 wide? When does everything really start to fire off?
I would say, I mean, unless someone is impatient and decides to start it as soon as we're back to green flag, I reckon we're probably going to start seeing it at about, I don't know, maybe the lap 40 mark or something. I certainly hope that we don't see too much of that in the mid phase of the race, because that'll just increase the likelihood of cautions coming out, and we'd like to get this done as quickly as possible.
Indeed, we would. I've got a night that I'd love to see. I know, Reese, you on the other side of the Pacific have a day you'd like to get going along, but nevertheless, we've got great racing action. Stay with us here on SimSpeed for the entirety of this broadcast. We do have the full Intimidator 500 coming up after the duels are done. Miles Crabb going to lead us back around to the green flag here, starting on lap number 19 as they get back into the restart zone. Big bump from behind there from Chris Wilhite as we are back under racing once again. It's going to be a perfectly clean getaway from both Pataska and Crabb as they work their way into turn 1 lane.
And you notice initially the purple car right there was right up on Miles Crabb, right, and that allowed the outside lane to get an opportunity, but there's a little bit of separation in that outside lane. There could be a potential opportunity for someone to make a sneaky move up there.
Yeah, there very well could be. We haven't seen any lane switching really outside of the first maybe 4 or 5 laps of this duel as they continue to go here. Looks like the low lane's got a little bit more momentum. Great link up there between Crabb and Wilhite. That's going to be the 91 of Stephen Hassett starting to pull alongside. Contact in the back. That's going to be one car. That's Shaughnessy going way down into the apron, Reese.
Oh, well, he manages to recover and slot into a clear space there. Had to use the apron to get up there, but he's managed to move in front of Wayne Hutchison. So no dramas aside from that little heart attack. But yeah, you can see that the high line has really lost that momentum. Pataska has fallen all the way down into 7th spot, and he's still stuck up there on the high line. I think priority number 1 for him, find a slot and get back down low.
Yeah, Alan Wilson, a driver that willingly moved up to the high line here at this point, and he now finds himself in trouble, kind of left out to dry. There you can see Wilson and Pataska trying to link up. The question's going to be is if anybody behind them decides to follow this pair. It looks like that's going to be the 962 of Shaughnessy, who was just down on the apron a lap ago. He's going to give some momentum there, but they are all the way down here into about 8th place position as they try to gain things back up, and all the momentum, Lynn, is down on the low line.
All of the momentum's not only on the bottom, all of the transfer positions are on the bottom as well. You said they were going back to 8th. That's still a relatively safe spot, but if they get back there to like 17th, 18th, where the split happens, that's where you're going to start seeing some of the crazy moves happen.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and that's something that we're going to be keeping an eye on here in the second half of this duel. But before we talk about that point, let's take a look at this replay. Reese, walk us through this.
Oh yeah, looks like there was a lot of momentum there and just a big whack to the rear of the car ahead, and that's what ultimately put the car down onto the apron. I think just maybe just asleep at the wheel, potentially. You got to be very careful of massive closing speeds when you're at the back of the pack like that.
Yeah, because just remember, 1 or 2 miles an hour of a checkup up at the front of the field can massively change things as it goes on through the back of the field, because that 1 and 2 miles an hour is going to be compounded car upon car upon car. Right now, the lone lane still holding things out up to Cody Richardson in the 6th place position, but we've got some more takers here, Lynn, up on the high lane. It looks like it's starting to grow in size and in momentum.
What I observed in all of the practice races that we had this past week, this is about the tipping point where the high line starts to make ground. They only need a couple of cars fewer than the low side to be able to start advancing, especially since they're on the high side. They take that wider arc, they're able to maintain more of their velocity due to the wider radius of the corner that they take.
A little bit of a tough check up there, and bump draft coming on the back straightaway there for that top lane, but that is going to propel Alan Wilson forward a little bit more. We watch the 28 of William Fletcher as he rides 4th in line down on the low side, trying to keep everything together and just trying to hold off here at this point, praying that that high lane doesn't come back into the fold. Surprised we haven't seen a little bit more side drafting out of that top lane. I'm surprised that we haven't seen more of a run to try to get themselves forward. The other thing to remember here, Reese, is the driver who is second in that lane, as we ride on board with Brian Bennett right now, is Dallas Pataska, and Pataska is guaranteed a spot in the big show, so he doesn't necessarily feel the same urgency as the rest.
No, he doesn't. Look at that up the front, though. Chris Wilhite switching to the high line. He's gotten up there ahead of Alan Wilson and wants a push. Here we go. See, look, the high line is really coming to its own now. That's way earlier than I expected.
Yeah, I am too. Wow, my goodness gracious, the high lane coming into play here at the drop of a hat. Lynn, that is just how quick things can change here.
And all they're doing, tap, 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 not really pushing the guy in front, just hitting him, backing off, hitting him, backing off. That's how you transfer energy to go straight to the front. And they've pulled out, I believe, at least an 8-car lead.
That's amazing. The crap's dropping like a stone.
Yeah, did something happen there at that point? And he has now been passed, as it looks like Brian Bennett as well as Nathan Dowd and another machine there. That looks to be the number 20 of Tom Abramitis, all jumping down on the lone lane in front of him. And now here comes that momentum gathering back up, Lynn.
But you see, Dallas Pataska jumps to the inside. Even though he's got the guaranteed spot, he still wants that momentum. He wants to win the duel to set the tone for the rest of the evening. As we get to the halfway point.
Yep, we are officially at the halfway point here, as it looks like those lanes starting to form. And now we've got some parity up between the high lane and the low lane. And of course, as soon as I say that, Reese, Wilhite gets a big shove from Wilson and Shaughnessy, and they're all the way up into the front.
Yeah, man, it looks like the high line is where you really want to be right now. Let's see if Pataska at the head of the low line will get some cooperation from the drivers behind him and try and make a move forward once more. Right now, it seems like if you're up top, that is the place to be. 4-car lead for the high line right now.
Yeah, 4-car lead here at this point, so they're starting to get into play, but they've got to worry because they're getting a little bit spread out. There's a gap between James Jones, it looks like, and Wesley Holland, and those kind of gaps when you're running in the train do not play themselves out well.
No, certainly not. They'll have to gain that momentum now again over the next couple of laps. It's all about sticking as close as you can to the car in front without necessarily hitting them. That's the best way to get the speed boost. Bump drafting obviously is the way to go down the straights, but when you're in the corners, best to just hang back, but keep yourself as close as you can. Look at that coming through the tri-oval. Wilhite, Wilson, Shaughnessy, and Denverley Turgeson. They are in the box seat right now, and I'm not seeing any response still from the low line.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that they're able to get that run. Looked like for a second there that Wilson was thinking about diving down to that low lane to try to get that to play, but everybody seems very content here to ride up high. Lynn, as you were saying a little bit earlier, it kind of comes back to play both ways. Now a good shove here to Dallas Pataska, going to put them back into contention. It's that ebb and flow that we just constantly see.
and it's different lap after lap. One car is a little bit closer to another in one lane. There's a bigger spread in the other lane, so it's just gonna be like this for a while. I'm gonna take a tangent here and make a note of an incident that occurred in duel number 2. The 777 of Ross Banfield got shoved into the fence. Did not bring out a caution, but the key thing is that he's 14 seconds out of the draft.
Yeah, 14 seconds out of the draft here at this point, and that is not a good position to be in. When we talk about being out of the draft, this isn't like you're running on a normal road course style race where you're able to catch back up by putting in quick lap times. You lose that draft, Reese, you're done.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And it looks like that's the case for a solid pack of cars at the rear, but it looks like there was a little bit of an accordion in the low line. William Fletcher has now brought Cody Richardson and company back into contention. So it looks like we're almost back there to a whole pack of cars, though Robert Anderson and Brian Scrivener are starting to fall off the wagon at the back.
Yeah, just losing a little bit of that touch, 0.7 of a second, not what you want to see. Lynn, you talked us through this incident that we saw a little bit earlier on in Duel 2.
You saw it right there. Lane change, that is an ill-advised moment, shoves Banfield into the fence, and there's a lot of damage on that right front at this particular point of this running. And he's fallen back at least 24, 25 seconds. He's going to need another caution to be able to get use of the spare car.
Yeah, gonna need another caution to be able to bring his way back forward. And that spare car is something that is very crucial to keep in mind here, that they are gonna be able to rely on that, but they're really only gonna be able to use it if a caution comes out. Because Reese, if you go into the pits under green flag conditions, you're not gonna be anywhere near competitive.
No, certainly not, especially in the duels. You know, if it was the 500, then, you know, you'd probably be able to recover if there was another caution, but in a 50-lap race, you can't afford that time loss.
No, you really, really can't. Want to draw some attention here to some big movers up at the front of the field. Shaughnessy, we've been following a little bit. Same with Denver Lee Turgeson, up 9 positions. James Jones up 18. Brian Bennett up 17. So we've got some drivers that have really put themselves into good contention here and brought their way forward. This is impressive stuff from them.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of great driving going on in this heat. We're still a long way from being finished, though.
A long way to go. Jimbo Pfeiffer right now that we ride on board with. Jimbo trying to work his way up through the order. He's in about 15th, and this is right about that area here, Lynn, that we talked about being the danger zone. Remember, it's the top 18 that advance on right now. Brian McGreevy, currently the driver holding on to that. We've got 3 wide.
And that's kind of the moment that it's going to be. I mean, you're not going to win. You're not going to be able to transfer if you stay in line right here. So they're going to try to make their own destiny right here. But you can see the 17 of Wayne Hutchison is basically side drafting constantly off of this car. They're so close to one another that they push the air up on top of their spoilers. They're slowing each other down. It's not like the old days where you could go a little bit faster. You're just going to have to get with the program, get back in line.
Yeah, that's exactly what you've got to do, but they are not stopping whatsoever. 3 wide still at the back of the field. The number 17 of Hutchison almost forced up into the fence there. Almost contact again with Cody Richardson. This is getting tighter and tighter and tighter as this goes along and has no signs of stopping, Reese.
No, and, well, I mean, I was expecting that they would really lose out by running 3 wide, but it seems like they're keeping themselves in there. They just need to make sure that they don't make contact. At these speeds, any slight contact can spell disaster, and one car on the wall, Jimbo Pfeiffer, he's ended up slowing up Wayne Hutchison a little bit, who's now in the bottom 2 positions in that pack.
Yeah, Greg McKinney now one of the drivers that's up high there, as it looks like that 047 machine of Kotska just continuing to push his way through the field, and he's got a little bit of help from behind him. Almost more contact there, barely able to avoid it. My goodness gracious, that was Cody Richardson. That car has almost been involved in about 4 different incidents.
It's kind of a Schrodinger's incident because it's simultaneously a big moment and simultaneously not. As long as they keep going, it's fine. But what's gonna be the hard part is, you notice as they've been trying to advance their way through, the gap's been getting narrower and narrower. They're about shoving people up into the high line right here. You see them try.
Oh, and there
we got
it is.
contact, and it keeps going.
Hold it. Nope, there it is. Contact there from behind. That is going to be, I believe, Tyler Bentley spinning around here at this point. Still green. We are still green, Reese.
Wow, yeah, that was a lucky escape there. The drivers, excuse me, managed to stay below the double yellow lines. If the cars went back up onto the track, then that would have been an assured caution, but we have escaped that for now. What it has done is spread out the pack. We still have the high and low line, but no more 3 wide for the time being.
No more 3 wide for the time being. Hopefully that's going to calm them down a little bit as they try to be able to hold on to everything here as they run. You definitely don't want to be seeing that, but all right. Let's reset here. It's Chris Wilhite, Alan Wilson up on the high side. They work their way by Joseph Homan in that slower machine. That lapped car up against the high side. That's going to be a little bit of 3 wide, Lynn. That also probably contributed to everybody calming down.
Yeah, in practice, as we get a replay right here, in practice, when the lap cars are being approached, they have to go to the high side. And it's been about 50-50 at this particular point. You see just all sorts of side-by-side contact. You see that car going sideways down the track. Nobody really around to detect for the caution, and Barney is just going to sit on that for right now.
Yeah, going to sit on that, and that's good news for us race fans because we get to stay green here with 14 laps to go. That low lane continues to be worked by Dallas Patasco. Remember, we talked about him up on the high side, how he was going to do. Clearly wanted to come back down and refavor that low side as he tries to gain down on the leading trio of Wilhite, Wilson, and Shaughnessy. Driver on the bubble right now is Wayne Hutchison. McGreevy behind him, but to the tune of 4.6 seconds as a result of that incident. Now, McGreevy does have a little bit of help here in the form of Cody Richardson, and that could help him try to catch back up, but I don't know how much help it's going to be.
It's not any kind of help at all. 2 cars by themselves, maybe a third with a little bit of help. I mean, they're just basically going to be settling that final transfer position in and amongst themselves. Who's this car they're about to approach right here? I'm curious about.
That looks to be the 222. That's Joseph Homan that they're going to work their way on by here at this point. So that was the car that we saw get passed by the lead pack a little bit earlier. Yeah, Homan staying up to the high side there. Maybe he's going to try to work his way back down low, try to hook up a little bit. Not going to play itself out. And here comes the side draft coming into play a little bit more. Reese trying to use some of those defensive tactics as they cross over with 12 to go.
Yeah, it's difficult though, isn't it? You know, through the corners, the low line gets an advantage because they're taking the shorter route around the racetrack. But once they get to the straights, it's all about the transition off the banking. If you're on the high line, you get a little ramp off the corner onto the back stretch. That gives you a tiny speed boost. They've been able to take advantage of that for the time being at least, but I don't know, it looks like the low line is starting to come back. We might only see that for a couple of laps, though, before normal operations resume. But have a look at that. Great run from Dallas Patasca here. Gets up into second place briefly. Has to settle for third for now. Still in the low line. And there's the ramping effect. Back to a 3-car lead for the high line.
Yep, that momentum just continuing to carry that high line around here and making it play as they run. That's exactly what they want to see. It's now Patasca running about side by side here with Denver Lee Turgeson. Turgeson again up 8 positions. Brian Bennett just behind them in the number 71. He is up 19 spots. That's your biggest mover on the day. But I've got a sneaking suspicion here, Lynn, that we are not done talking about big movers and shakers. There's still plenty of time left to go in this duel, and I think we're going to see some drivers get a little bit more aggressive here as we're going to come to 10 to go at the stripe.
10 to go, but more importantly, about 5 to go until we get to the dreaded point of no return. In these duel races, there are no green-white checkers. So if a caution comes out at the last 5 or so laps, that may be it for this particular event. So I think you're going to, like you said, you're going to see this action ramp up considerably as we get to that point, because any particular move could be your last.
Yeah, it could be your last move, and things are going to get very, very dangerous when you're talking about drivers and how they try to position themselves. Live look at duel number 2 as well. They're pretty much in the same situation here, Reese. 2 wide trying to go through the field, but look at that evolved dominance up at the front.
Yeah, Volve doing very well in Split 2 there, and they will be assured their place in the feature when that happens. Meanwhile, Duel 1, it looks like once again there was a big run from the low line through the corners, but once they get to the front stretch and the tri-oval, it is advantage Wilhite, Wilson and Shaughnessy. But look at the run coming into turn 1.
Oh, great run there for that point. Trying to see if there's anything else to play for here. A little bit of a movement to maybe come down the track if they are going to be able to get their way forward. Let's see. We focus on the number 20 there. Tom Abramitis, part of the Mega team here as they go. Trying to see if they can do anything as they fly down through 3 and 4, continuing to get that momentum building around the track.
One car going a lap down here, the 936 of Tyler Bentley in the 24th position. They're going to pass through the tri-oval. This is such a risky spot to overtake lap cars, I will say, but this dual field is a particularly great one. They're able to negotiate around him, no problem. Meanwhile, back up at the front, 3-car breakaway again.
3-car breakaway again. It's the same story on a different lap here at this point, as it just looks like that high lane continues to build that momentum. And now it's going to be Denver Lee Turgeson that's going to be able to pull ahead there of Pataska. Now as they come back through 3 and 4, looks like that momentum's going to come back on the low side. Little bit of movement there between Wilson and Wilhite. Thinking about maybe fading down to the inside line. They're not going to do it. They stay in line here at this point with 7 to go at the line, Reese.
Yeah, it's crunch time now, isn't it? And I don't think the low line has enough to really have a run still at this stage. Maybe through the corners, but certainly not on the straights. I think if you're someone like Dallas Pataska or Brian Bennett, you're looking for a gap to your right, and you're wanting to go for it at the best opportunity. See, there's a car length free there up the top, but probably too early to switch at the moment. You want to try and get the momentum going through the corners and then switch up when you get to the straights, and then that will probably secure your place.
Yeah, that's probably what they're going to be looking at to do here at this point, if they are at all able to. That would be my idea of how to get it to play at any rate. Here they go, though, working their way on through the tri-oval. They've crossed over the line here at this point. 6 to go from Daytona in the duels. And again, that low line not looking like it's together, but a big lead here for Wilhite. And Wilson trying to close up into the back of him to give him the right push here.
The key thing that this works for right now is the starting position in the inside row for the duels. And the other key thing to keep in mind, the front pack is exactly 18 cars big, I believe, and I believe they all transfer in that situation.
I believe they do as well, so that's going to be good news there for them. Remember, we talked about that gap back to Cody Richardson and Brian McGreevy. It doesn't look like that's being made up here at this point, so they're going to continue to hold out. Low lane getting a little bit more of a shove here. They're starting to work together a little bit more now that Dowd has closed up onto the back of Brian Bennett, and there we see the high lane, Reese, getting that low lane pinched a little bit more, trying to prevent that momentum coming up the track and keeping things together.
Yeah, you saw in the previous laps they were running a bit closer to the wall, but now through the corners they are solidly middle of the track, aren't they? They're only leaving one lane and not much else for the low line to work with. But look at Dallas Pataska there. He actually gets into the lead coming through the turns, but watch this. There goes Chris Wilhite ramping off the top of the banking. And as they get to the tri-oval, it looks like the momentum's continuing for the low line this time.
They finally figured out the winning formula here at this point. Stephen Hassett in the 91, they're going to get on by him here at this point. That's going to make a little bit of a hairy moment. We look out the back of Hassett's car right now as he is pressed up against that high wall, trying to keep it off of the wall there. Now Highland going to come back to favor here at this point, Lynn, as it looks like the low line losing a lot of momentum down the back straightaway.
The other thing about the lappers being told to stay high is it gives a little bit of a draft benefit to those cars in the outside lane. So they're able to pull away for a little bit of a tangent. Duel number 2, guess what? Caution.
How many laps to go is that on the caution there?
came on lap 45, coming to lap 46. There might be just enough time for one lap shootout if the lucky dog procedure goes quickly.
All right, we'll keep you updated on that. Meanwhile, we're going to keep our eyes fixed on this battle. Wilhite, Wilson, Shaughnessy, your top three. Pataska now move him up into the top four as he gets another good run coming out through. Nice shove from behind there from Brian Bennett as they come down the back straightaway here at the moment. They will be coming to 2 to go at the line, certainly over the point of no return here, Reese.
Yeah. This is where the money is made, right? It is only to get into the main game, but you still want to try and do your best here. And it looks like the top line still has the advantage, but I mean, we saw that run from Dallas Pataska and company down low. It took them a couple of laps, but they managed to get up there. And now as they come into turn 1, you see the momentum build up again here for the low line. They are taking the shorter route around the track. They are faster through the turns, but then to the back stretch, look at that, the bump draft on for the top 3.
Bump draft on for the top 3 as the battle continues on. Here they go. They will be at 1 to go at the line. This is where the battle will start to commence. Pinch down from the high side as you see the number 9 machine trying to be able to stop as much momentum as possible and take that away from Dallas Pataska. It looks like it's worked for the moment. Brian Bennett comes to give him a shove, but it's going to be Chris Wilhite who takes the white flag here at Daytona.
Just one more lap to go, and in iRacing, the white flag locks out the yellow. If they all crash, then they're all going to have to find a way to get back to the front. But at the moment, it's still Wilhite Wilson up at the front. Do they start blocking Pataska right here?
Do they start blocking Pataska? What happens on this run? The low lane running 1, 2, 3 as they go. Big gap up to the high side as Turgeson falls back. Here comes a big run for the low line. Pataska again. That's going to be Wilson trying to shove off the momentum a little bit. Chris Wilhite hoping for a bump from his competitor behind. Almost got him sideways there as the high lane gets the momentum. They're going to come to the stripe here in the duel, and it's going to be Chris Wilhite that takes victory.
Wow, what a finish. That was very intriguing. We do have a car spinning there, but it happened after the checkered, so all the positions are kept, and the top 18 have been set and are going through into Split 1.
Yeah, Robert Mattis, the driver that is going to be the last to make it through. Cody Richardson, Brian McGreevy, Robert Anderson, Brian Scrivener, Tyler Bentley, Stephen Hassett, Joseph Homan, and Mike Hamlin, the 7 that will not be going to the big event.
Split 2 replay as well we're seeing. They managed to... okay, so this is what brought out the caution, Lynn. Let's see what happened here.
It's what we were saying earlier. Going 3 wide is always a risk. Some cars tried to make a run for it at the transfer point, and they just started coming together, and you see multiple collisions taking place. That has unfortunately reset the whole thing. I believe they're going to get a restart with 2 laps to go as we take a look at the winners of duel number 1.
All right, there they are. Chris Wilhite burning it down across the line there, and the 33 joining him as well. Very, very happy drivers. They are going to be able to move this thing along and get themselves into the finale here at this point and on to the big show. There, Reese, we'll look at your results. It was Wilhite taking the victory over Wilson and Shaughnessy. A great run for Shaughnessy, up 15. Dallas Pataska came home 4th, followed by Denver Lee Turgeson, Brian Bennett, who was up 19 on the day, and James Jones also up 16. Nathan Dowd breaking that trend a little bit as he started exactly where he finished in 7th place. Then it was Nathan Dowd, Wesley Holland, and Tom Abramitis to round out your top 10, Reese.
Yep, Jimbo Pfeiffer finishing in 11th spot. Miles Crabb, who was leading the low line early on, has to settle for 12th, but he's still in the main game, which is all that matters. Greg McEnany, 10 spots up into 13th. Then it's Kotska and Northway with Fletcher, Hutchison, and Mattis completing your top 18. Everyone above them, including them, is going to be racing in Split 1. But Cody Richardson and Brian McGreevy unfortunately got involved in a little tag early on and fell off the back of the pack. They'll have to settle for Split 2 along with Anderson, Scrivener, Bentley, Hassett, Homan, and Hamlin there. Unfortunate for Mike Hamlin. finishing 3 laps down, Homan 2 laps down. They were both involved in big incidents that one brought out a caution, second didn't. And now we are at live pictures for the second split of the duels. It is still on here. They are back to green flag racing.
Back to green
and
flag.
They almost stacked it up in the back right there. Again, this is coming to the white flag.
Yeah, coming to the white flag here at this point. The 52 going to be leading the way here as they go. A little bit of movement up on the high side. It looks like a reverse lane of what we saw in the duel number 1, where it was the high lane that had momentum. Now it looks like it's the low lane that's looking pretty good.
This is the area of the transfer here.
Yeah, but back here in the bubble, Timothy Klaus in the 17th position, trying to find a way to work his way forward. Back to 18th. Bryce Roberts holds that position, has the run, I believe. No, it's the 972. Jerry Isaacs taking that spot at this particular point. They're going to be very close coming to the line. I don't know who's going to be. There's going to be a wreck.
Oh, that's massive.
Absolute calamity. Drivers have got to keep their foots in it here at this point to make sure that they are able to get across the line. We see the 13 pushing as much as they can. I don't know how this is going to shake out in terms of all of the running, but the 25 crosses over the line. Who is going to be the last one driver? And there is him, the number 10, the first out.
Oh, that's a shame for Trevor Vavrovsky. Goodness me. Wow. I mean, we were expecting something like that, weren't we? You know, the drivers down here in the second half, they were going to be pushing very hard to get into the main game, weren't they?
Yeah, they always were going to be pushing as hard as they can there at that point to try to get into the main game. Well, folks, that is the beginning of the rest of the action here tonight, because we are not done by any stretch of the imagination. You just saw about 125, 150 miles. Well, let's stack on about another 350 to that as we get ready for the Intimidator Daytona 500. That'll be coming to you in just a few moments' time as we get ourselves ready to roll here on SimSpeed.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series in officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
You're watching SimSpeed TV, the Majors Series Round 2 for 2024. It's the Intimidator, the Daytona 500. We just saw two fantastic races in the duels, but now we get to the meat of the night. Here we are at virtual Daytona International Speedway to crown the winner of the second round. It's high stakes, high speed, super speedway racing all the way through. Let's see who gets the top spot. If you're just joining us, I'm Reese Gardner. We got DJ Clark and Lynn Kinchelow in here in the comms box as well. Jay Kennedy behind the scenes on production. DJ, you were there for the whole of the duels and really set the stage for what was going to happen tonight.
Yeah, it certainly did. I mean, we saw a lot of controlled aggression, Reese, which is exactly the kind of thing you want to see here at Daytona. You want to be able to take your opportunities when they present themselves to you, but you don't want to go too far out of it. I mean, let's be real here. We ran 50 laps around this circuit and didn't have that many incidents. So over the course of the two duels that we ran, we only had 3 combined incidents. That's the kind of racing that we want to look forward to here in the Intimidator 500.
Yeah, exactly. And Lynn, it is a race of endurance as well. Drivers doing over 1,000 kilometers of racing between both races today. That is a lot of mileage to be covered here around Daytona. We've got a 200 lap race coming up here. 2 green-white checkered attempts. We've got lucky dogs under cautions as well, so the lead car a lap down will be able to get a lap back. And unlimited tire sets as well. So let's see how the drivers play that out. We didn't see any tires being taken under caution in the duel, at least the one that we were focusing largely on, but tires will definitely be a factor in this.
I think more importantly, Reese, the fuel economy is going to be the most important factor, especially as we get later on. We're looking again at about 36 to 40 laps under green flag conditions. And at that particular point, I think if you can do the math, I would do it backwards. Like, go from the end of the race, try to work your way back. Because as we saw in both dual races, it's very difficult for certain cars to be able to work their way up as a group. It would be a strategic opportunity if, say, team cars such as Evolve, if they've all transferred in, you want to get together at a certain point, just run the race backwards.
Exactly right. There's a lot of strategy foibles to negotiate here, and we'll do our best to take you all through it. But before we get into the action, we should highlight the charity we are supporting for this round of the majors. It is the Dale Jr. Foundation, of course started by Dale Earnhardt Jr. Foundation, benefiting many organizations. Last year, raising $1.3 million that benefited over 70 groups, mainly focusing on Dale Jr. meeting kids on race weekends through the Make-A-Wish Foundation. But that's just one of the many charitable organizations that the Dale Jr. Foundation supports. Go to thedalejrfoundation.org to lend your support. Really awesome to have the Majors Series giving back to the racing community. But DJ, now we get into this. We have the top 18 drivers from both duels taking part in this field. We will have a 36-car start for this race. It's going to be intense.
Yeah, it's going to be very intense. I mean, drivers are going to have to check themselves up. They're going to have to be very, very careful as they get around the circuit and get themselves up to speed. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a yellow here, maybe in the first couple of laps as drivers get their nerves back up underneath them. But I think it will be a matter of as things go along, you're going to see a little bit more calmness. But Reese, the championship here, a little bit closer than it has been in years past after one round.
Yeah, indeed. Remember, round 1 was the Predator format at Fuji International Speedway in the IMSA class cars, and that resulted in quite a mix-up in the field. Christian Challoner managed to take the win despite a collision with a prototype. Christian was driving a GT3 at the time, and remember the Intimidator format, they were all racing on track for position with a head start for the GT field. But Dallas Pataska only 25 points behind. Challenger was in the second duel, and he finished a little bit down the order from what I could see, so it's going to be difficult here for Challenger and Pataska to really sort themselves out. We also see Dowd and Foster very close there for 5th and 6th place. I certainly did not expect that the championship would be that close after only one round of racing completed, but here we are.
One round is maybe not a lot, but there's only 10 rounds in the championship, and it's a big swing when you miss the top split this early, as we saw several names. Banfield missing top split, a couple of others right there. Take a look at the Legends Championship. This is for our, shall we say, more seasoned drivers in the current runnings. Kevin Hill, Brian Bennett, Gavin Barber, Jimbo Pfeiffer, with Daniel Stevens rounding out the top 5. That's gonna be a very competitive field so far.
Yeah, certainly is. Legends Championship is for drivers over 50 years of age, and Daniel Stevens has traditionally done very well in that category. As we check out the Teams Championship as well, Mega Racing Team is the crew to beat right now, but Evolve Sim Sports knocking on the door potentially. If they can get a good finish here, then they'll certainly be a thorn in the side of the Mega Racing Team. Sector 5, Evolve Sim Sports EH and Middle Finger Racing, all in the 400 to 500 point bracket. And as you go further down the field, Dog Bear Bark and Udox Lola very close, only 20 something points separating them. So DJ, there's a lot of shuffling here in the teams that's going to be going on, especially with some teams having upwards of 6 cars representing them.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, this is a race where really anything can happen. I mean, we've seen in real life and here in the major series just how much can get thrown around here. I mean, dare we forget a couple of years ago watching Chase Briscoe be able to take victory in what was ostensibly his first full-time race here at the Daytona 500. So it's not out of the realm of possibility where we're going to see more than a few drivers be able to get their way forward, put themselves into a position where they can be wildly successful and try to unseat Mega Racing Team as they have been on the top for so long.
Yeah,
the other thing to keep in mind, sorry, Reese. The other thing to keep in mind with Mega is they only have 2 drivers here at this particular one. I think it's just Jalliner and Abramitis. So you score up to 3 of your drivers out of a team of 5. So if you only have 2, you are guaranteed to leave points on the table. So there's definitely an opportunity for Evolve, as you said, stacking so many people on their top team right here, trying to get in. They'll be probably easy enough to get to the top split.
Let's check out Daytona International Speedway from the air on the satellite imagery. Goodness me, I love Google Earth Studio. Great program. Allows us to produce graphics like this in the northern section of Florida, not that far from Daytona Beach, which is the birthplace of NASCAR. Daytona International Speedway was built in the late 1950s and has certainly been entertaining crowds ever since. Of course, we have multiple configurations here. Upwards of 3 road course layouts, rallycross layouts as well, but we are racing around the outside on the oval, which is 2.5 miles in length, DJ. It's a big, scary track, is Daytona, with very high banking. The average speeds are incredible here.
Yeah, they really are. Upwards of 200 miles an hour in NASCAR Cup cars. The only time that you're going to see bigger speeds than that are really when we go to Michigan or when we go to Talladega, for example. So it is going to be very, very crucial for these drivers to keep up that momentum. That's going to be a word that we use a lot here tonight. It is all about momentum, momentum, momentum. Whether you're running the high side, whether you're giving a bump to the drivers around you, you've got to keep up that minimum speed.
Yeah, exactly right. We will be seeing 2 lines of cars form as we did in the duels, and potentially a bit of 3 wide towards the end. That's the goal of the Daytona 500. That's how it always ends up. We got to think about pit stops as well, Lynn. Daytona's pit lane, obviously, a very fast entry, and it's going to be all about trying to minimize brake lockups on the way into that pit lane to get down to the speed limit.
But as we've seen both in real life and in the sim, these new next-gen cars, I say new, they're only a couple of years old, they have really, really good brakes thanks to the 18-inch wheels that these cars carry. So it's if you run the correct brake package, it is very difficult to lock up. It is possible to brake too late and certainly get yourself into trouble. But the key thing to keep in mind under green, at least, is making sure that you're pitting in groups. If you don't want to be here by yourself or in with one other friend or so, because then you're not going to have as much speed trying to catch back up.
And DJ, that is of course assuming that the pit stops happen under green, but there's a lot of potential for cautions, and pitting under caution is usually the way to go, because the field gets bunched up. Obviously, as Lynn highlighted, if you're pitting under green, you want to try and have some buddies with you come into the pits so that you can keep a draft pack going, but that can get very difficult, especially when cars start varying on strategy later on in the race.
Yeah, exactly. And you're going to see, traditionally in real life, you'll see the engine manufacturers, the car manufacturers coming in as a group to try to be able to break that up a little bit and bring it on in. But here today, you're going to see it with teams. You're going to see a lot of, I think, drivers opting to pit when they see the other drivers around you opt to pit. That's going to be the real indicator here. You're not going to see drivers coming in by themselves.
No, certainly not. And if they are, then you'll know that they have some kind of problem going on. Maybe they've rubbed the wall. Maybe they're running out of fuel. Who knows? It's going to be interesting. Let's take a look at the series schedule, though, as we see what's in store for us this year in the Majors Series. In a month's time, we're going to be racing at the Nürburgring Nordschleife in the Lotus 49, and then we have the Mount Panorama race in TCR coming up in April. I absolutely love this schedule, and the Majors Series has always been all about testing drivers' versatility with simulating major events on the global motorsport calendar, and I love the variety that we've got here. Great mix.
It is a fantastic mix, all challenging events in their own right, and as we'd like to say in the majors, every race is a season. We've been going at this for over a week, just setting up this main event here today. But you know what? I'm curious to hear about. Hey, DJ, we haven't had a chance to hear what you think about the schedule. What do you think?
I think it's pretty fantastic. Love to see the return to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and obviously Eldora going to be absolutely fantastic. I really love the fact that we are going to the Green Hell in the cars that it was frankly a little bit designed for in the form of the Nordschleife. Love seeing Pocono and Auto Club there as the wild card, and a return to Zandvoort as the sort of Grand Prix venue. Going to be absolutely fantastic. This is exactly what you want to see out of races like this. This is a brilliant schedule.
Yeah, and of course, we can't forget dirt. Of course, the Eldora race in the Dirt Pro late model in August. That's going to bring to the fore other kinds of driver, other styles of driving. But, you know, the people who are able to adapt, who are able to get the best result possible no matter what car track combo they're racing, are going to be the ones to beat in the Majors Series. And don't forget, we also have the Majors 24. That's going to be happening in June, and that's going to be a fun one. It's always a highlight of the year in the sim racing calendar. There's so much that goes on in the Majors Series. They organize so much. Michael Lett and the team have certainly brought a lot to the sim racing community over the years, and can't wait to see what they have in store in the future. But we keep our eyes here on Daytona International Speedway as we get ready for the session to start. We're going to step aside briefly here on SimSpeed TV, and when we come back, we will get to racing in the Daytona 500.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag... Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work, so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
You're watching SimSpeed TV. It is time for the Daytona 500, the Intimidator, the second round of the Major Series for 2024. I'm looking forward to this one. We've had some very intense racing in the duels, and now it is time to see where the money is made at Virtual Daytona International Speedway. On SimSpeed TV, live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Kick. It's me, Reese Gardner, with DJ Clark and Lynn Kinchelow in the commentary box with Jake Kennedy behind the scenes on production. Once again, DJ, it's going to be an intense race. We did talk in detail about the potential ways that this could go, but one thing's for sure, in spite of all of the vagueness of how a Daytona 500 might turn out, we do know one thing: it's going to be entertaining.
Oh, it's going to be fascinatingly entertaining here at this point, Reese. I'm very much looking forward to how this is going to play out. It's going to be a lot of competition. It's going to be a lot of co-opetition is the word we like to use here when we're talking about running races like this. You've got to make sure you know what's going on around you. You've got to make sure that everybody around you is in the right position, and you've got to make sure that you're not trying to bite off a little bit more than you can chew, as they would say in the South. Don't get above your raisin. Keep yourself in line, and don't try to lead this race too early, too quickly.
Yeah, exactly. That's the big thing, isn't it, Lynn? As we look at the format for the event, 200 laps here with 2 green-white checkered attempts. Lucky dogs are on an unlimited tire sets. You mentioned in the sort of intermission we had before our last break that fuel mileage is going to be the major factor when it comes to this race. So, obviously we don't always like to see cautions, but they can be beneficial for drivers who are looking to get just a few more laps out of their tank.
Either a few more laps out of their tank or top off their tank entirely. If every lap that you can add early on plays into your benefit later on, ideally you want to try to pit no earlier than about lap 160 to be able to go all the way. But as you said, with 2 ring-wide checkers, there's going to be always a question mark. I believe that could add up to about 10 laps. I know we're already going for 1,000 kilometers overall tonight with between the duels and the feature race tonight. So what's a few more extra laps in the books?
Yeah, exactly right. It's going to be fun. So much fun. I think we should take one more opportunity to check out Daytona International Speedway from above. This is a magnificent circuit. It's historic. It's famous for hosting many different kinds of racing. Sports car racing, the Daytona 24, just happening in the real world a couple of weeks ago, and on iRacing as well. So hopefully you and your team had a good time in that event if you competed in it. But now we sit down to watch Gen 7 NASCAR stock cars around here. DJ, it's all about the draft. And as we saw in the duels, it's going to be interesting whether or not you decide to go for the high or the low line here, because through those turns, you want to be low. But when you get to corner exit and you're on the straights, high line is the place to be.
Yeah, it certainly is. That momentum going to carry more around the high side here than at any other point on the circuit. You're going to carry that momentum. You're going to carry that speed because you don't have to turn the wheel nearly as much, and the friction being put on the tires not nearly as much on that high line. The problem is that you go a little bit high, you can find yourself in a position, and when we have an incident on this circuit, the cars are going to be, by the nature of centrifugal force, going to go the track, and they're going to ride up the track as they go. So if you do ride that high line, you run yourself in a little bit more of a difficult position and get yourself into a way where, well, you might find yourself into an incident.
Yeah, indeed. Lot of potential for incidents around Daytona. But Lynn, another thing we have to consider is if there is an incident, then drivers will be able to go down to the apron potentially to avoid the caution coming out. But before we get into all of that, once more highlighting the Dale Jr. Foundation, the supported charity for this round of the Majors Series. Some proceeds from drivers' entry fees and buying more qualifying sessions going towards the Dale Jr. Foundation, which raised $1.3 million in 2023, which got distributed to 70 different charities and organizations. Dale Jr., of course, involved with the Make-A-Wish Foundation as well, visiting kids on race weekends. Really awesome to see. And a big thanks to the Major Series for lending their support to the Dale Jr. Foundation. If you want to lend your support, go to the URL on the screen, thedalejrfoundation.org. But the session is up now, and we are going to get into racing action, Lynn, and we see how much tarmac there is down below the double yellow lines. If drivers are involved in an incident, everyone else had better hope, or maybe not hope, depending on their fuel mileage, that they stay below that yellow line.
And that's a key thing. The track may look wide. It's not much wider than the A1A that runs up and down the coast of Florida right here. So if there's an incident that's going to happen, it's going to be unpredictable, at least on the straightaways. Cars will do what they please when they lose all sense of traction. In the corners, the laws of physics tend to dictate that the cars will drift up to the outside wall, smack straight off it, and head right back down. So when the wreck happens, I can tell you this for certain, there is that moment of panic. You realize that it's happening, and then you just have to trust your instincts and go where you think it's going to be the safest.
Yeah, indeed. And it's all about those split-second decisions, isn't it, DJ? It's a long race, but you got to try and keep yourself alert and not get lost in the rhythm of drafting on the oval. Have to keep your eyes on stalks because the race can change in a single instant.
Yeah, it really can. You cannot let yourself have any sort of problems around here. You've got to be very, very careful. Keep your eye on a swivel because it may not just be from behind you that you have an issue. It may indeed be in front of you that it takes place as well. You could get a bump from behind and that can send you around. You can get an attack from the front and that can send you around as well. It can really be any which way. You've got to be very, very careful.
Indeed you do. We are in practice now, and the drivers are out on the circuit here. Once again, showing the dominance of, I believe those are the Evolve Sim Sport cars, if I am not incorrect. They are indeed. Kevin Hill was the one who finished a long way up the order in duel number 2, which was simultaneously run with duel 1, which we broadcast and focused on earlier. And we see that the Evolve cars are already trying to get their final eye in here for the race with 10 minutes to go in practice.
Yeah, just trying to get that last little bit of practice here, that last little bit of competition, cooperation that you're going to be running. Make sure you've got your bump strategies down and really lock in on everything before this race gets going.
Yeah, they're going to be focusing on working together and trying to stay together as much as possible. If these cars get broken up in the midst of the race, then that's going to be some big problems for Evolve Sim Sports. We've got to be careful as well of drivers coming out of the pits under green flag conditions too. We're seeing that demonstrated now. There's quite a bit of closing speed. I would say that there's only a small chance of drivers pitting under green, considering how intense the racing was in the duels. But that's something the drivers are going to have to look out for, is potential lapped cars coming out of the pits with mighty closing speeds, Lynn.
But as you take a look, the track has warmed up a little bit over the duels as the time has naturally progressed onward. But the key thing, as you said, pitting off a pit road under green, it might be an uncommon occurrence, but the key thing is, at least, are you going to try to grab tires? Because you will have enough opportunity to grab at least 2, I think, under green, and those fresh tires definitely help getting off a pit road. And unlike other ovals where you may never ever take lefts by themselves, that's a benefit here because it will tighten the car up on exit of the pit road. You'll be able to get off of the access road much safer and merge onto the backstretch.
Yeah, indeed. Being a road racing guy myself, oval racing is not my forte, and it's always interesting to hear about those very subtle differences and ways of approaching your strategy, the way you set up your car, the way you set up your pit stops as well. It's amazing to me. It still blows my mind that even on a track like Daytona that's flat out all the way around when you're on your own, tires are still so important. You still have to keep up the grip through those bank turns, DJ.
Yeah, you really and truly do. I mean, we've always said it many, many a time that it is the black magic of racing are those tires. As we see more of the drivers trying to get themselves around here, put themselves into position, and find their way around the track. Again, just working on that cooperation with one another, that's going to be such a huge thing over the course of this race, trying to make sure that everybody knows exactly where to go.
7.5 minutes to go in practice, and we're seeing some good drafting here from the Evolve Sim Sports cars, as well as Mike Wagner and Jordan Bazugli, 2 teammates there, as the Sector 5 cars make their way out onto the circuit. Nathan Dowd here demonstrating the pit exit. And, in the very early days, you were able to spit yourself straight back out onto the racetrack coming out of the pits, but that is not the case anymore. You have to stay on the apron all the way through turns 1 and 2, and then merge after the purple cone coming out of turn 2. If you go onto the track a little bit too early, then that will be a black flag for you. And that's another reason why the closing speeds are so dramatic when we have cars coming out of the pits under green.
Something else to keep in mind, if we get to a green flag cycle, as we saw in the duels, we had a couple of lap down cars coming back to the field. They had to stay up high in order to be overtaken safely. In a pit cycle, if they're lead lap cars, there's no such consideration. You can fight them as hard as you want, and that means parking it right on the inside line. Maybe if you get a little bit crazy, you might jump up there and try to get a push, but who knows? Somebody's going to have a crazy strategy in mind.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be fun to see who decides to go for that crazy strategy. But for the time being, everyone keeping their eye in. And we will keep an eye on Wesley Holland as well, one of the drivers on Zoom for tonight in car 933. Not sure exactly where everyone's going to be starting on the grid, as the results have been filtered through from the 2 duels, but there's every opportunity for any driver in the field to win this, including Gav Barber here for Middle Finger Racing. He's one of the veterans of the Majors series, along with his teammate Daniel Stevens. And Barber has a motion rig, which is a bit of a rare occurrence here. You'll see him getting shaken around potentially. You definitely see it on road courses, but I think at these high speeds, DJ, he'll be hoping that he doesn't have a crash and hits the wall. G'day, Gav. Waving hello to us, but yeah, motion rig, not always the best thing to have if you're involved in the big one.
Yeah, exactly. It can really throw you around a little bit, and certainly be a little bit tricky as it goes. You don't want to have to run into it there at that point, but he's going to be hoping to stay clean for more than one reason, I have to imagine. He is going to just try to absolutely keep everything together here at this point and try to run the best laps that he is able to do. Get himself into position in that last 50 laps. That is going to be the big key here as they run.
Well, we also have live timing as well that you can access thanks to grip.com. That's grip with 3 eyes. Have a look at that. Go to live.gripwith3eyes.com/series/127 and you'll be able to see all of this that we are seeing now. Fantastic stuff. We've got live tracking of cars on the circuit, as well as their positions and their relative gaps. So make sure to head to that URL if you want to get another window into what's going on in this race. Big thanks to the crew at Grip and to the Majors Series for putting all of this together, increasing the spectator experience for this race. Chris Wilhite here, he's just emerged out of the pits. He's the one who came home with the victory in the first duel, and DJ, he'll be looking to capitalize on that and run up the front here.
Yeah, he'll be looking for a good run here at this point. But again, as we've talked about, running up at the front in the beginning of this race may not be the biggest thing. The other thing that we're going to have to keep in mind here, Reese, is the fuel-saving game that will be taking place as we see the Evolve team all diving down into pit lane. That's going to be another huge talking point. If you come in under green, it is a very fast and abrupt slowdown to get yourself down to that pit lane speed limit, and that can catch a few drivers out. I have seen more than a fair few of penalties getting thrown here as a result of coming in too fast into pit lane.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge penalty if you speed into the pits. And not only that, if you're one of the first pit boxes on the pit lane, you're going to have to go straight into that box. I think drivers, one of the reasons they'll be testing this out is that they don't actually know where on the pit lane they're going to be situated. So when you come in, if you've got a nasty surprise in store and you're one of the first pit boxes, there's every chance you're going to overshoot, and you will lose valuable time reversing back in.
Most definitely. The other key thing is, at least in a league session, when you have predetermined grid positions, the sim will try to plop you close to where your pit stall is. So then that way, as you see these drivers all running around taking practice entries, you can at least make sure you're in the same general vicinity. It's not going to be like last round where we had to share a bunch of pit stalls and we kind of ended up with a little bit of a chaos at the pit entry. But at least with the 36 car field, there is a little bit of a gap between where the pit road starts and where the actual first pit stall is that is scored. So it's not going to be as abrupt, but it'll come up on you quicker than you might expect.
Yeah, that's it's always something that's going to be hovering around in the back of your mind when you're getting a pit stop underway. Kin Leung making his way out onto the racetrack in car 965. There's the blend line there on the exit of turn 2. And you can see here, DJ, it does take them a while to get up to speed. We're seeing, we see top speeds around here in excess of 310 kilometers per hour, and that's over 200 miles per hour. So, you know, you're coming up on someone coming out of the pits right there. That's a demonstration of the closing speed.
Yeah, exactly. That's how quick it's going to happen. And we may see drivers come out of pit lane on a very, very quick run, coming out of pits, getting themselves up to speed, and then act like they're standing still coming back straight away. That is not out of the realm possibility for what we can see happen tonight. Indeed, I think that is going to be a common theme if we get pit stop under yellow flag, under green flag in this round.
Well, we're going to pull off that back line in just a few moments. We only have 10 seconds remaining in this warm-up session before the 200-lap race coming up here at Daytona. It's going to be a long night for a lot of these drivers. It's going to be a long night for DJ and Lynn. It's going to be a long morning for me, long afternoon for Jay. We are on two sides of Australia as well as the United States here. We got a great complement of drivers from Europe, from America, from Australia competing in this race. And this is how they are going to start. Dallas Pataska starts on pole position with Evolve Sim Sports' Nathan Medina joining him on the front row. Chris Wilhite, who won the first duel, starts alongside Kevin Hill, who won duel 2. Lawrence Shaughnessy is going to start in 5th place alongside Mike Wagner, with Brian Bennett in 7th place, starting alongside Ken Leung. Rounding out the top 10, the number 7 of Nathan Dowd, and DJ, he is starting alongside Austin O'Neill. That's the first 10 of 36 cars here.
Indeed, in 11th place, it's going to be Tom Abramitis, followed by Ryan Steele, Mega Racing Team, and Dog Bear Bark making up that row. Then it's going to be Miles Craft for the Mid-South region, followed by Joshua Mertz for Kingsman Racing Sports in 14th. 15th will be Andrew Kotska. We saw that 047 look pretty good in the duels. Christian Chaloner, your championship leader and reigning champion, lines up in 16th. 17th will be William Fletcher, and then Stephen Verweyen will be in 8th place, one of the massive entries here for Evolve Sim Sports. 19th will be Robert Matisse, and Shane Vickery rounds out your top 20.
Moving on further down, we have Alan Wilson III in the 995, lining up alongside Jerry Isaacs in the 972. A couple of ringer entries. Going to be interesting to see how they play out. Denford Lee Turkison, seen him a couple of times in Intimidators in the past alongside Bryce Roberts in the new Fractal Velocities entries. James C. Jones, we were talking about information earlier. He has a human spotter alongside Lyndon Swaby in the 961 for Sector 5. Wesley Holland in the 933 alongside Scott Kugas, a longtime member in the Dog Bear Growl entry. Continuing on. Next row, Jimbo Pfeiffer, another Sector 5 alongside Just Important. Some of the last cars to be able to sneak in the duels right here. Greg McInerney in the Fusion Silver, continuing on with the 31st, alongside a ringer in Jordan Bezugli. Actually, he's in an Evolve car, so could be a long-time entry. Robert Northway sneaking in the 943 alongside Gavin Barber in the Middle Finger Racing entry. Riding shotgun on the field, Wayne Hutchison and David Gargano Jr., the very, very last cars to transfer in the dual races.
And that is your field for the Daytona 500. The pace car controlling the field here as they come around on the single formation lap before 200 laps of racing. Pace car will pull to the left momentarily, and then the field will fall under the control of the 023 of Dallas Pataska on the low line. Remember, it's going to take a couple of laps to get up to speed. But we will see who gets the best jump as the green flag flies and the Daytona 500 is go for round 2 of the Majors Series. Good run from Dallas Pataska to start things off. He's already getting pushed by Chris Wilhite and Lawrence Shaughnessy. Meanwhile, Nathan Medina losing out a bit there on the high line with Kevin Hill and Mike Wagner in tow. Bit of a gap for them to fall down to the low line if they want, but already we're seeing a run from Wilhite here. Dallas Pataska stuck down low. He is going to get swamped by the field, DJ.
He is going to get absolutely swamped down low, and that's a little bit of what we saw earlier on in the running, in those duels that we saw earlier on, that it just doesn't look like he's got the speed to be able to keep it up, and plenty of time here to be able to get itself back into position as they continue to run.
End of lap 1 then, Lynn, and looks like the high line absolutely got the jump on everyone else. We see that Shaughnessy and Wilhite were staying high, but it looks like they've just switched low. A little bit of a switch up there. I wasn't expecting that.
These two cars have been quite fast in all of the practice races so far, but you saw in that start, around the 4th row, a couple of those cars didn't get going all the way. As one of the things in the majors is, it's open setup races. So teams can experiment with springs, shocks, and more importantly, rear gears. If you pick a rear gear that has you at a little lower of a second gear, it might bog a little bit off the start.
Well, looks like there's a proper train going on down low here, DJ, but give it a couple of laps and I think the high line will start making a run again.
Yeah, Ken Leonga there up on that high side. Just give it a little bit of time for it to come in. Great push here, though, from Shaughnessy, given to Chris Wilhite. They're working together. 2 Evolve teammates behind him in Medina and Kevin Hill. That's going to be a little bit of interesting running to see how those two are going to sort themselves out. They've got the space. If they want to jump up to the high line, they can do it, but they look pretty happy to ride down low here at this point, Reese.
Yeah, looks like it. Potentially the hotter track from the duels means that the low line has a little bit more of an advantage than they had in those first races to start off the night. We've got 2 packs that have formed now here. Everyone on screen in their own pack, and it falls all the way down to 20th spot. 21st on back have fallen off the wagon a bit here, led by James Jones. And this group now will likely be trying to work with each other to catch back up, but it's going to be tough.
I was just having to take a look at that race. Something happened around the midfield that caused a major checkup. A lot of cars had to slow down. Thankfully, we didn't get a lap 1 caution, but that has caused essentially a split. And very much like in the Tour de France, you have basically the lead peloton running away, followed closely behind by a chase group.
Yeah, so does the chase group have the speed they need to catch back up, or are they just going to have to run their own race and hope that the cautions, the fuel mileage, tire mileage, and the strategy fall their way? It's still way too early to call at this stage, only on the 5th lap of 200. Wilhite still holding on to the lead over Lawrence Shaughnessy. Nathan Medina in 3rd place. Dallas Pataska has fallen all the way down into 8th spot, and he is right in the midst of the low line, which he ran quite a bit of in the duel there, DJ. He's got plenty of experience, but will he want to stay down there?
Yeah, that's going to be the real question here at this point, is if he decides to move his way up the track. This is what happened here, Reese, with that pack checkup. Look at number 14 right there. As they came in, just all inside line there. Oh, and that could have been very brutal.
Yeah, certainly. There'll be cars with a couple of dents in their front and rear bumpers as a result of that. That was quite the checkup, and very good to see that it didn't result in a caution. Meanwhile, Christian Challoner, the championship leader, as you said, DJ, he is making his way forward here. Look at the run that the high line has right now. This is going to be interesting. Challoner, certainly no stranger to winning on ovals. He's certainly one of the most versatile, talented drivers in this league. But I think he's just what he needs to do right now is just hold back. He doesn't want to try and make a move towards the front just yet. Still way too early for any of that.
Yeah, exactly, Reese. He doesn't want to push. He doesn't want to get himself into a position where he's going to be risking the car. I think that's going to be the big storyline here at this point, is you don't want to risk the car too aggressively, too early. It's better to hold back here and walk away to be in a position with 10 laps to go for the win than to find yourself smoking down in pit lane. And the best way to get yourself smoking in pit lane is to be a little bit too aggressive too early.
Yeah, you'll often see the aggression dial up later on, but speaking of aggression, look at this. In the second pack, the chase pack, there's quite a bit of shuffling going on. Jerry Isaacs losing pace and Wesley Holland making his way into the pits. There's obviously been some kind of miscommunication and contact in that pack that we only just missed, and that has broken them up further. Let's see what happened, focusing in on the 072. Oh my goodness, yeah. Once again, Lynn, that is an incident that could easily have caused a caution, but they managed to escape it.
That looked like hardware issues. You saw Wesley Holland in the 933 trying to push along, and then all of a sudden it just stops. And then that causes a big checkup behind. It's like going from full throttle to nothing. Almost like the fuel intake just kind of messed up.
Yeah, maybe an issue with the pedals, potentially. But regardless, he'll try his best to get that fixed in the pits, as we also see Jordan Bazugli in the pits too. William Fletcher is way down at the moment. Looks like he potentially didn't take to the start. So we'll have to wait and see if there's any update on that. But further up the field, we see the Evolve Sim Sports cars right in the middle of this front pack and trying to work their way forward. On board with the Sector 5 car, Brian Bennett in P12 on the low line right now. It seems like the high line and the low line are more or less equal on pace at this point, but once again, we saw it in the duels, DJ, and it's the same here. The high line needs a miracle to get that momentum.
Yeah, it really does here at this point. It needs a miracle, and it needs absolute cooperation from everyone throughout the field here at this point. They've got to be running all cleanly, all together, and all as one. So they have got to be very, very careful to be able to do that. That is how they're going to try to run it here at this point, and I'm not seeing the full link up that I necessarily want to on that side.
Oh, Lawrence Shaughnessy was moving around a little bit there behind Chris Wilhite. He's lost him a little bit of pace, and now Austin O'Neill is moving through into second place as the low line has come back into its own through the corners. But once again, wait for the ramp off the banking onto the straight, and there's the speed boost for the high line. These guys are trying so hard. On board with O'Neill, Nathan Medina in the Evolve Mustang is trying his best to work his way through, but it's just not happening at this stage. At this point, Lynn, it's all about hanging in there.
Pretty much. While this lead pack of 20 cars may not seem like they're going anywhere, they are running away from chase number one. What all those incidents have led to is a fragmentation in the second group. It's almost looking like it's developing into a second chase, and unfortunately, the smaller your pack is, the slower you're going to be. So even though it's just 20 cars up at the front, they're carrying all of that momentum forward with them.
Yeah, well, you just saw Nathan Medina switch up to the high line there, and he has left the bottom line for dead. Austin O'Neill now has Kevin Hill pushing him, and they ended up losing quite a few car lengths as a result of that. Look at the high line. Look at the advantage that it has. How many cars is that? That's something like 6 or 7 cars now of a lead that they have, DJ. It's looking difficult if you're down low.
Yeah, it really is. It's all the way up to Joshua Mertz here at this point. And once again, that lone line just not necessarily looking like they're completely synced up. Austin O'Neill gets a little bit of a run here that's going to draw him up alongside Nathan Medina as they go. And the number 52, Kevin Hill, trying to sync up with him as well. There's that nice little push. They're getting a good 2-car tandem here at this point, Reese, but they're not getting full cooperation from the rest of the group. They all need to be going in the same line.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're ever going to get to the point where there is just a single line. I think everyone's just too close together for that to happen right now. Like what Medina did, he saw a gap open up top, and he thought, okay, now's my time, and switched up. But the other drivers on the low line don't have that luxury right now, as the fastest lap goes to Jordan Bazugli, who's currently at the rear of Pack 2. There's a lot of different racing going on here, with actually a third pack now forming. We have Gargaro, Hutchison, Morton, Turgeson, Swaby, and Pfeiffer in their own little pack further down the field, as now there's a little bit more to think about as we get onto the 15th lap of the race. We haven't even talked about how long the fuel tank usually lasts on a green flag run, Lynn. What are the stats like?
Again, looking at about 36 to 40 laps, and being so early in the race, possibly some of the momentum on the low line being stalled out is these guys may be lifting, not transferring the energy to the front, but rather just ride that momentum, lift out of the throttle, save a little bit if you can. Every little drop you can get now helps out later.
Yeah, so if you're one of the cars at the very rear of this pack, you're just driving at half throttle, I think, almost all the way around. You're letting the slipstream carry you forward. If you're one of the drivers up the front, you're probably using a little bit more of that throttle and burning just a few more milliliters of fuel per lap. It's going to be interesting to see how all of this stacks up, DJ, when we get to the pit cycle. For now, though, it's just a case of watching and waiting from our perspective up here in the comms box. When are we going to start seeing some movement, I wonder?
Yeah, I wonder when we're going to see it as well. I've got to imagine that we're going to see a little bit of movement as we get closer and closer to that pit stop sequence. Around lap 35 to 40, probably when we're going to see that start to play out here at this point. But let's see exactly what will happen with these drivers. I'm impressed thus far through the first 16 laps. We haven't seen a whole lot of super aggressive driving. We haven't seen a lot of drivers really pushing their way ahead and trying to get themselves into a position where they're going to be in a problem. Right now, I'm just keeping my eye out on what we're going to see.
Difficult conditions out here. The track has not fallen in temperature. We are at about 10 past 1 in the afternoon in sim time. And so the track is likely to go up by a degree if there's enough cars running on it, as we get another lapped car being passed. William Fletcher in the number 28, and he manages to be avoided by the rest of the field. This third pack here, Wesley Holland right at the rear of all of this. Remember, Wesley Holland and Jordan Bazugli are the only drivers to have visited the pits so far, and that was for damage. So they are currently a lap down on everyone else. And it's going to be difficult for them to get that back. They might have the lucky dog work in their favor, though, if and when a caution comes out. For the time being, we are not seeing any trace of an incident that might bring out a caution, touch wood. But, yeah, there's always the possibility, isn't there, Lynn?
Certainly is. And if you're in that third group, you definitely are kind of hoping for a caution, but at the same time, you don't want to hope too much, because then you kind of manifest your own destiny in that front. They've been falling way back. They've been running laps in the mid 47s with the Peloton and Chase 1 both running mid 46s. So they've been losing a little bit of ground, but as they pick up stragglers, like in the lap traffic, they might be able to get to stabilize the gap at least.
A little bit of a bump up the front for Chris Wilhite. He's getting little taps down the back stretch from Lawrence Shaughnessy, just bringing the speed up ever so slightly, up to 317 kilometers per hour. And look at this from the rear of Wilhite. When they get to the front stretch and the tri-oval, this is where drivers may want to hang back a little bit if they need to. You don't want to make contact in a turn, even one as gentle as that of the tri-oval. But even now, we're seeing that the low line just doesn't have much of a response. They've been slowly eking away at the gap, but there's nothing they can do once they get to the straight here and bump. There we go. A little bit more speed. Once more, bump. And a tiny bit more speed. 3 bumps, 4 coming into turn 3. That was pushing it a little bit, DJ.
Yeah, I certainly think it was, but it just shows you the pace that we're seeing from the front of this field. They do not want to hold back by any stretch of the imagination. Will Hite tickling up at 195 miles an hour here at this point, really trying to push everything that he has, and trying to get himself into a space where he is going to be able to get a commanding lead on this field. As you said earlier, Reese, we have not seen anything out of this lower lane to indicate that they're going to be in a position to challenge.
Yeah, so that makes me think, Lynn, if we stay green all the way through this, are we going to see the drivers in the bottom line try to go for the pits first so that they can get some clear air of their own and maybe mount an attack?
I don't know if short pitting is necessarily going to be the best idea at this particular point. With the cars directly in the front, they will probably have to pit first because they're the ones both punching the air, having to consume the most fuel. But at the same time, they're able to get out. If they're able to get out of a gap, they can actually jump down to that low line and be able to get to the pit road. What you'll probably see is the first few cars on the top side jump down, and then everybody on the inside will be able to stay in the pits. Everybody that's stuck on the high side, if they don't fall to the back, they're probably going to have to wait a turn.
Yeah, and that one lap waiting your turn can make all of the difference at the very end of the race. There's plenty of opportunities for it to be neutralized through cautions, but so far we have made it 22 laps without any semblance of that. Here they come then, down to the start-finish line. Look at this. That is a great indicator of the speeds that these guys are running, DJ.
Yeah, I mean, once again, tickling over 200 miles an hour as they dive into the corners on both lines here at this point. And I really want to draw attention here. Whoa, that was the 23 getting a little bit scary. That was Joshua Mertz almost getting up into the wall. But I want to give some credit here to the 0-1 of Austin O'Neill. Not being too crazy, and the same goes true for Kevin Hill here. They're just keeping things together. They're not running too aggressively. They're not pushing outside of their limits. That was one of the storylines that we had coming into this race. They are keeping things within the pale, and that's a good job for them. That's exactly what they need to do.
Yeah, Daytona's all about keeping it safe. It's the same for all of the great motorsport events and endurance events as buying a ticket to the end, and it looks like it almost went pear-shaped for the number 23 here. Just a little tap of the wall, but Joshua Mertz managing to stop himself from losing all of that momentum, staying well within the draft of those on the high line. Looks like things have been neutralized a little bit here. I haven't seen the low line make any further move up for quite a few laps now. Still remains about a 4-car lead for those up the top, Lynn.
And you see further back all that inside line, they're starting to fall apart a little bit. There's gaps growing as these drivers will start to lift out, save a little bit of fuel, and then try to close right back up. They're not sending all of that energy forward, and that's probably what's allowing this outside line to stay where they are at this particular point in the race. Although there is an opportunity right here, I think, for a couple of Evolve cars to jump in. Nope, they're not going to take that advantage just yet.
No, not just yet. 25 laps into the race, and we're still seeing these drivers just focused on trying to maintain momentum, trying to avoid a crash. To finish my point, it's it is all about making sure that you're in the running in those last 10 laps of the race. Don't forget, we have green-white checkers as well. If there is a incident that brings out a caution in the last 5 or so laps of the race will be extended by a couple of laps, and they will get an extra chance to work their way forward after the field bunches up. Lap 26, and still no sign of any big moves. Everyone just waiting for their opportunity. They know that it will come eventually. Patience is the name of the game.
Yeah, patience is going to be the name of the game here. And look at this. The low line starting to catch up a little bit more, starting to get there in position as they are ready to go here at this point. That low lane really starting to bring its way on through. You love to see it.
Yeah, you absolutely do. The battle for 21st is still on down in the field as well. That second group. They're all running in single file. No one's really making a move to the high or low line, and I think in a pack that small, that's the sensible thing to do. They're just trying to keep the pace up. But, man, they have lost a lot of time, haven't they? It's a gap of about 13 and a half seconds that they have to deal with to work their way back up to the lead pack. But the low line is starting to come into its own now. Look at that. Good run from the likes of Kevin Hill and Austin O'Neill. They have brought that gap back down. It was a 4-car lead for the high line before. Now it's just 1, and they have got turns 1 and 2 to negotiate as well. But I think that was a little bit of a slide there from Austin O'Neill. Maybe a tap from behind. It's going to be difficult for him to keep the momentum up here.
You're absolutely right. The momentum, it shifts back and forth between both the high line, the low line, and chase number 1. They keep trading quick lap for that segment back and forth. You say second group is 13 and a half seconds back, but they've been able to maintain it because they've been single file. The thing with this group up in front, yes, there is more cars. Yes, they're going faster. But when they get close to one another, they will take air off of each other, and that slows both lines down.
Yeah, it does. I remember you guys were talking in the duels about how in these Gen 7 NASCAR Cup cars, the side draft is not as effective as it used to be in previous generations. There's been a lot of changes to the aerodynamics of the cars, DJ, for this current set of regulations, and it means that the side draft is not quite the boon that it used to be.
No, it's really not, and we've seen that really since these next-gen cars have come into play as they have. The side draft not nearly as effective, and indeed, you'll see later on in this race as things get a little bit tighter, the high line will actually start to pinch the low line to use the side draft as a negative to try to take away their momentum, and the side draft will actually come back to bite them there a little bit.
Yeah, we saw that in the late stages of the duel as well, didn't we? The high line was starting to run the middle of the track and squeeze the low line down, and a little bit of aero efficiency was lost for those down on the bottom.
Definitely so. And it's also getting kind of to that point. It's lap 31 we're working now. A couple more laps until green flag pit stops potentially. I think it's about time that we see some organization going to the bottom to try to get a lane to the pit road.
Yeah, the moves will start to be made very shortly. But for the time being, we keep our eyes trained on the front of this field to see if Lawrence Shaughnessy and Chris Wilhite have anything to play with when it comes to the pit cycle. Remember, they've got to make their way down off the circuit onto the apron, and if by that time they've had the low line catch up to them, then that's going to make the pit entry so much more difficult. That's one of the advantages of being on the low line. You have the luxury of considering when you're going to go into the pits. As look at that. That was a big dive down low, DJ. Nathan Medina now back down on the bottom.
Yeah, he had an opportunity, and he absolutely went for it there. Maybe a little bit aggressive this early on in the race, but then again, if you've got that shot, you might as well go for it. That's exactly what Medina did, and I've got to commend him. That looked like a pretty heads-up play to be able to do that. Now, his only problem is he's got the 0-1 of Austin O'Neill in between himself and his teammate in the 52 of Kevin Hill, so they're going to probably want to try to sort that out here sooner rather than later.
Yeah, what's going to happen here? Tiny bit of a bump for O'Neill on Medina. It's been a while for O'Neill since he's had to follow a car in the line. He's been right at the head of the low line for the majority of this race so far. So take it easy. prepare potentially for a run into the lane. This is the point where the drivers will start peeling off, but no one's deciding to go for it yet. They are going to eke out this stint as much as they possibly can. I thought I saw a little hint of wanting to move down low there for Ryan Steele, but it's not happening for the time being.
Again, with an open setup event like this, you might not have built the car exactly to handle everything just perfectly. You might be better at pushing. You might be better at being pushed. And it's going to take you a few laps to figure out how this particular line is going to function, as we see the top four have been able to scoot away with Medina leading that low line in fifth.
This is a view of how intense it is for the likes of Ryan Steele. That is the head of the low line right with him there. The Camaro and the Mustang bumping each other to get a run on the tri-oval. Small stretch of straight here until they get to turns 1 and 2. And of course, at this point, the low line says, okay, we have the shortest route around the track. We can get ourselves a little advantage here, but then the downhill coming out of the the NASCAR banking, and then that's a slight advantage for the high line once again.
Yeah, just a little bit of an advantage there at that point, but I wonder just how much that low line is starting to push a little bit. We've seen them start to claw their way back, but then again, momentum coming back to favor up on the high line here as they continue to run and continue to work their way on through. Waiting to see here what's going to happen. I've got to imagine here, if you're the top drivers here in the field, really from the 12 of Ryan Steele on back, you've got to start thinking about coming down into pit lane here sooner rather than later, particularly if you're the leader of this race in the form of Chris Wilhite. He's been the one breaking the air and pushing all that air out of the way for everybody else, and so that is going to be very, very tough.
A little bit more space between the low line cars now through the turns, and you see they're starting to squeeze, going down a little bit lower on the high line coming out of these turns. So now they're starting to think, okay, we're at the end of our fuel stint here. 36 to 40 laps, remember, is the number. So we're on lap 36 now. The drivers up the front will likely be wanting to go in. There's a little bit of a bump between Shaughnessy and Wilhite in turns 1 and 2. That's the one place where you don't want to be making contact with the car in front. You push them down the straights. If they're putting some angle into the steering and you bump them, then that is day, night over, depending on where you are in the world, of course. The run happening for the low line. I think we are preparing for a potential pit stop here from these guys, but they just can't do it. The low line got too much momentum.
And this is the tactical decisions that Medina has been making. He dove down several laps in advance to get to the front of this group because he could pin these two team cars up on the outside. He's going to make them hit when he's ready, not when they are.
I love the mind games, DJ. This is one of my favorite parts of watching oval racing. Is, you know, it often looks simple from the outside, but every driver is thinking about everyone around them and what they might do. How can I do something to give the drivers around me a disadvantage? And there we go. The low line, most of them anyway, going down into the pits. It looks like the Evolve cars have made their way in. Medina, no surprise there, went straight for it. We also see Mike Wagner and Jordan Bazugli in there too.
Yeah, all of them opting to come down. Go ahead, Lynn.
I was going to say, you noticed all of the Evolve cars. More importantly, the Wilhite and Shaughnessy cars have dove down to the inside line. They're going to be getting ready to go at this particular point. But make a note what lap that was. That was lap 38. That's 2 more laps that they were able to work out. So they might have to think about a splash and go later on as we get to the next lap right here. Will we see any takers?
No. Interesting.
I'm very surprised by that, Reese. I am very, very surprised that we did not see the likes of Will Height come down into pit lane. I've got to imagine this is going to be it. Here's Bazugli coming back out, and this is what we talked about with the closing distances and the speed carried around the high banks as compared to being down on pit lane. You're going to see him absolutely breeze on by him here at this point. Got to imagine that the pitters are going to do the courteous thing, maybe try to hold up high a little bit more as they kind of spread themselves out and get themselves back into a drafting formation.
Yeah, have a look at the closing speed here. Bazugli all on his own here. No draft ahead. He's probably just outside draft range for Shane Vickery. And you see gently creeping up on him is the rear pack, or the front pack, I should say, to his rear. And he will stay high and let them go. That's 318 k's an hour for our leaders, 293 for Bazugli. He's got to be careful not to get in the way of the people making moves on the high line there. Of course, blue flags aren't a thing in oval racing, but you still want to be careful when there's a whole pack of cars coming up behind you. So, lap 40 now. Who is going to come in? Who's managed to eke out an extra lap or two of fuel here?
And it looks like we're going to get some takers right here. The top two of Will Height and Shaughnessy are both pitting alongside Austin O'Neill and one other car, Alan Wilson the third. So this is going to be the strategic play right here. They're going to be able to get a little bit more fuel packed in since they spent more time on track. But at the same time, we saw the Evolve cars all came in at once. They didn't all leave at the same time, and that means they got splittered up a little bit.
Yeah, slightly longer pit stops for the likes of Vawayan and Vickery versus 14.9 seconds for Kevin Hill and Jordan Bazugli. Pit stops are completed for the drivers that we saw coming into the lane. It looks like Alan Wilson has managed to overtake Lawrence Shaughnessy on pit exit. Austin O'Neill and William Fletcher also coming out too. Oh dear, is this going to be a caution? I think it's going to be a caution. Oh, that's bad.
And that is one of the big risks in oval racing right there. You saw cars leaving pit road as a collision was happening behind them, and it's just like on the interstate, mayhem ensued.
It looks like it was contact between Nathan Dowd and Tom Abramitis in the tri-oval that set all of that off. That's massive. And they ended up going straight into Robert Northway as he was coming out of the lane. It's a real shame to see.
Yeah, you've really got to feel bad for Northway there at that point. I mean, nowhere for him to go, just absolutely caught out in the result of this. There you see the dive down, a bad push up front. As Abramitis tried to get it to go. The 7 moves out in line. Contact there with Challoner in the number 20.
Yeah, so
or Abramitis, excuse me.
Yeah, there was a lot going on there, wasn't there? But fortunately, looks like most drivers have escaped terminal damage, but we do have some very banged up cars out there now. Yeah, that's not what you want to see. Abramitis in the InSim text chat saying crab lift. I'm not sure if that was in relation to the incident or if that was from a lap or two ago, but I did see Miles Crab in amongst the pack that caused that incident, so I'm not sure if Crab hit Abramitis and that put him into the other car or what.
That's exactly what happened. It looked as the Nathan Dowd car got out of shape, Crab kept pushing and essentially pushed Abramitis and Dowd into oblivion. And I don't know if y'all noticed on that replay, a couple of cars ran over that green exit cone on the pit exit. If you happen to clip the inside of that cone and come back out at an extreme rate of speed, you will get tagged for speeding on pit road, and there's a couple of cars with black flags that will have to be cleared after the restart.
Yeah, it looks like Scott Kukas and Robert Mattis are the cars in question. We do see drivers making their way into the pits, including Miles Crab, Dallas Pataska. Pretty much everyone who was involved in the lead pack that hadn't already pitted is now in the lane. And pitting under caution, not the worst thing to happen to those guys. they'll have the opportunity to save a little bit of fuel right away, and that might pay dividends for them later on.
Yeah, it may be able to save them a little bit more. And again, this is going to extend that fuel cycle for these drivers just a little bit more. I think the big gainer here out of a lot of this, though, Reese, is going to be the drivers farther back in the field running in that second pack. Remember, they are now able to catch back up. Some of them, like Kukas, Northway, Morton, Turgeson, they're going to be caught a lap down, but there's a chunk of them that are going to be in position here at this point to be able to be okay and to be able to get themselves back on the lead lap and back up in this lead group.
Yeah, caution came at the perfect time for those drivers. As we see our last few drivers making their way through the pit lane. Nathan Dowd just re-emerging after a 40.9 second stop for damage. Abramatis and Mattis are in there, unfortunately serving a black flag for Mattis, and Abramatis, I think, with some more damage. Jimbo Pfeiffer also in there too. A minute 15 stopped in the box. So it's going to be difficult for him to make his way back up from there, but hey, the field is compressed back together, Lynn, and we will have one heck of a restart on our hands, with Alan Wilson being the big gainer here. He's up 19 spots now into P2.
Exactly. It's kind of worked out perfectly for some of those cars that pitted early. The thing to note with the cars that have been spending extended time on pit road, yes, we do have spare cars in the major series for all feature races, but here, as I would think here at Daytona, especially, you want to hang on to that spare car as long as you can. So a lot of those drivers have been taking the time fixing what they have and try to work their way forward a little bit. So opportunities are going to be abound later on in this race as we get further along.
We have been notified by Jay in the background that Bazugli and Holland down at the back of the field have used their spare car, so they won't have that luxury later on in the race, and they better hope to high heaven that they don't get involved in another incident, DJ, because otherwise they are going to be spending a long time in the pits.
Yeah, exactly, and that is not what they want to have happen here, especially at the second race in the championship. They want to get themselves on the front foot, not have to be starting on the back foot here as things run. We watch right now Matisse down in pit lane, Northway taking a long time down in the pits there as well, as everybody just tries to get themselves out.
Robert Northway making another visit to pit lane, I think, to get a little bit extra damage repaired. Robert Mattis with a 9.1 second stop, probably to top up the tank and maybe get some fresh rubber again on the car. Tires aren't really a factor in car performance here, though, as you guys mentioned in the lead up. Taking left side tires on a short stop is probably good for getting a good run off pit road. Not really relevant under caution, but keeping the car tight in the early stages of the stint might work to your benefit, especially when you're in the slipstream and there might be a bit of aero instability at play here. The lights are out on the pace car, and we will be getting this restart going imminently. Pace car in, and Chris Wilhite is going to be leading the way here. What will Alan Wilson do? This time Austin O'Neill is on the high line. He was stuck on the inside for the majority of the first stint. What does he have to play with from here?
On this initial restart, it's going to be, it looks like a lot of the Evolve cars are going to get organized together. The two cars that have been dominating thus far, Chris Wilt and Lawrence Shaughnessy, are going to get up top again. But this time, we're going to have an organized battle with Evolve bringing in that full Tour de France effort, trying to get control of this lead pack here.
And now we begin again, DJ. It's time for the initial shuffling as everyone sorts themselves into the positions they want to work with for this stint. And then it's the waiting game until a caution comes out or it's time for pit stops.
All right. Yes, it does at this point. Everybody just trying to hold on here at this point and keep themselves going around right now. Let's see what they are able to do and if any of these drivers are going to go. Again, it looks like that high lane, Wilhite, Shaughnessy, Wilson, holding that high lane to perfection here, and all of those drivers down on the low line, largely those Evolve teammates, only holding on.
Yeah, wow. Look at the bottom line here. I mean, on the restart, the bottom line is certainly not the best place to be, but I think once they get up to speed, they'll start moving forward. We're already seeing bumps here as the top line makes their way out of turns 3 and 4. Shaughnessy giving Wilhite a couple of little taps there as they made their way out. But you see that the Evolve cars are certainly not having the best of times down there right now. They are still losing out, even through the tri-oval and the front stretch.
But the key thing to keep in mind, they are all together again. That pit sequence kind of worked out for them in the long run with the caution coming out where it did. They were able to get back around to the lead lap all together. Even though they don't have as many friends with them as they would like, you notice they're starting to make a run back towards the front. Maybe the Evolve cars have figured out their formation that they need to get to the front.
Jimbo Pfeiffer in the pits once again. As you see, it's a long time being spent down there for him, and I think he might be well out of the running by the time he comes back out, if he comes back out at all. But we'll keep our eyes here on this front pack. Once again, there's a second pack that has formed, and it's mostly, I think, cars that have a bit of damage and drivers that are very low down in the lower reaches of the top 30. So we'll keep our eyes on this front pack. And we see that the low line is now starting to come into its own once more here, DJ. It's going to be difficult to call, really. It seems to take something like 5 or 6 laps to really start seeing that momentum build up.
Yeah, it really and truly does. It's just slowly but surely working its way up and forward, working its way around, trying to see if there's going to be that way to go. And it's just very, very difficult, I think, for some of these drivers down on the low line to get that to play. That doesn't mean that later on in the race we're not going to see this come back to them, but right now, a little bit difficult.
Okay, then. Well, now the top 3 really starting to get into each other. Coming into these corners, they are bumping as much as they possibly can. And I'm keeping an eye on Christian Challoner and Austin O'Neill as well. They're on the outside looking in here on the top 3. But they're driving pretty well right now, Lynn. They're just keeping their distance. They're not bump drafting like the top 3 are. They're just keeping close enough to get the benefit of the slipstream.
Exactly. All of the energy at this particular point is being generated by those front 3 cars. The front 2, obviously bump drafting with each other. That third car is just there to make sure that they stay in connection as much as possible. Meanwhile, O'Neill and Challenger can just ride along, take a good look at that. That's a fantastic view right there, just looking down at the inside. The Evolve cars are trying to work their way back forward, but you notice they're not as close together. I think they're just trying to make sure that they make it to the next pit stop right here.
Yeah, indeed. We should also keep an eye on the 2 teammates of Andrew Kotsker and Ken Lung as well. They're behind Challoner and O'Neill right now up the top. And they're doing the same thing. They're keeping a car length or so back. They know that they have the advantage being on the top. And for now, it is just a case of waiting. But, man, every time I go back to look at the top 3, they are bumping each other. They are trying to keep this momentum up. Looks like a lapped car up ahead, too, that might make things a bit difficult for these guys. Robert Mattis, who has just used his spare car in the pits, we are told. So let's see how much of a squeeze there is for drivers on the low line coming through the tri-oval and into turns 1 and 2. Mattis staying out of the way there. And it looks like that's going to be a nice, clean merge back into the draft pack for him.
Yeah, he's going to be able to do that, and it looks like the 14 going to be able to pop right on that high line behind Tom Abramitis. That'll be good running for him. Matisse will be down, or Mattis rather, will be down 2 laps, but that'll still not be the worst-case scenario for him there at that point. We'll have to see what he does a little bit later on.
It actually, DJ, I was just going to point out, it's actually worked horribly for Abramitis because this lap car is not able to get out of the way. It's actually side drafted with Abramitis, and it shoved them both all the way to the back of the group. I don't know if it was the 945 not being able to clear, but at this particular point, Abramitis has lost out terribly on this.
Yeah, certainly has. So this Daytona 500 has not been good to Tom Abramitis so far. Not only was he involved in the incident that brought out the caution, but now he's trailing on this front pack. Reminder that live timing is available thanks to Grip with 3 eyes. And it's certainly going to be a lot to keep track of here for everybody. I love races like this. I love just watching and seeing the ebb and flow of everyone there in the front pack and trying to guess when the run is going to be made for the bottom line. Seems to be towards the end of the stint they really start to get the advantage, and I see them just creeping forward ever so slightly, lap on lap. It's hard work when you're down on the bottom, DJ, but is it worth it?
Well, I mean, it seems like we're not seeing a whole lot of a push to just be running on the high lane here at this point. So clearly the Evolve team thinks that it's worth it to run down low. They're not concerned about running where they are. And I haven't seen a lot of movement for these drivers to want to move themselves off the line. Now, also remember, we're a quarter of the way into this race. There's still plenty of time to play. Oh, that got a little bit scruffy there down on the low line, though, I'll tell you what.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there was a little bit of a wiggle, I think, for Nathan Medina. Had to briefly take to the apron before they got to the tri-oval. Keeping an eye on the number 23 of Joshua Mertz, who's, sorry, that's a different car. My apologies. I think it's the 023 that we're briefly taking a look at there. It was Dallas Pataska, who, remember, started on pole position for this one. Down in 9th right now and hovering around the top 10 with the low line, just making up those tiny gains in the corners. I mean, if you're Dallas Pataska, you're the driver who could have won round 1. Challoner was far enough ahead in round 1 that despite the incident he had in the dying laps, he was able to hold on for victory. Right now, Challoner running in the top 5, Dallas Pataska on the verge of falling out of the top 10. And I know it's only early in the race, DJ, but I'll bet Pataska will be thinking, okay, there's a couple of things that I'm going to have to work out here if I want to keep that championship alive, even here in the second round of 10.
Well, I mean, thinking about the championship the entire way through, that is the way to win a championship. And I think here for Pataska, what he's got to do is he's got to just keep himself calm. He doesn't want to be too aggressive here at this point. He doesn't want to, like I said, above his racing. He doesn't want to get out of the way on that here at this point. He just wants to run this race and let it come to him. There's still a lot of time left to go here. I mean, we're still looking at 140 laps. He doesn't have to throw everything away here at the moment. Just keep on doing what he's doing.
We saw David Gargaro Jr. Lapped car down in 32nd place. Briefly clipped the wall there as the field went through. I thought for a moment that might be a potential caution coming out if he lost control, but he was able to keep it up. Have a look at this. A little bit further back now are Ken Lung and Andrew Kotska coming through the turns. Challoner and O'Neill, they're starting to edge a little bit closer to the top 3 now. I'm wondering what that means in the grand scheme of things.
At this particular point, with about a 3 to 5 lap fuel difference, it's not going to be a whole lot. You're going to see these Evolve cars peeling off sooner rather than later. But at the same time, with the teams being able to just keep it as is in the current formation, I don't think these cars up front are worried at this particular point with Evolve right here.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of fuel mileage, if you're talking about the top 10, the best placed cars are Challenger, Lung, and Kotska in 11th place. They have just completed 16 laps, and it's 19 laps completed for our top 4. The Evolve cars are now on the 23rd lap of this fuel stint. Now, granted, most of that so far was under caution, so they haven't burnt through as much fuel as the numbers might imply, but we are still expecting them to peel off first in this pack.
Yeah, they should be the ones. David Gogaro Jr., by the way, coming down into pit lane out of 34th position here at the moment. So he's going to bring that car down and on through pit lane. An 11-second pit stop. That's a little bit quick. Normally, you're going to be expecting about 14 to 15 seconds to take 4 fresh Goodyears and a full tank of fuel. So not entirely sure what made that a little bit earlier, but we will have to wait and see, as now it does look like those Evolve boys trying to make that little bit of a run. Challenger had the opportunity to dive down low, but opted not to go for it.
Yeah, once again, I don't think we're going to be seeing cars go from high to low until it's about time to pit, maybe in the last 5 laps before we expect them to come into the lane next, Lid.
Not very long now. Still plenty of opportunities for cautions to happen, as we see I believe this is the Gargano car again coming back around, just coming off of pit road, so a little bit of a quicker surprise coming up on them as well. But the main difference is that all of the cars on the lead lap are pretty much in this main group right here, with the exception of about 2 cars in the back, but they're off in their own little chase group at this particular point.
Yeah, Gargaro using his spare car, so we'll add him to the list of drivers that are potentially in danger if there's another big crash. So right now we're about halfway through this fuel stint. And we're coming up to the line to start the 63rd lap, so we're just about at the 1/3 race distance mark. Goodness me, it's a long race. You know, oval racing, often the lap times are very short compared to road racing, but even then, 500 miles. It is a long way to go for all of these drivers, and there is a good run from the low line here. Medina making his way up to alongside the top 3. It looks like there's a roughly equal amount of cars on both the high and low lines as well, which may or may not give Medina a little bit of an extra push he needs down the straights. But you can see that he's starting to get squeezed a little bit there. Alan Wilson running a bit more middle of the road, trying to sight the inside of the corner as he's behind Lawrence Shaughnessy.
Yeah, just trying to sight that a little bit more to see if he can get that run. I've got to imagine here for the Evolve drivers that they're just getting a little bit more and more frustrated with the fact that they just can't seem to get anything to play down on the low side. It really and truly just looks like that they are not really able to get the car where they want to. It's just a little bit too far away from them to be able to get anything to play. There comes a little bit of a bump, though, for that car down on the low side as they continue to push a little bit, and we continue to see them move their way forward. Maybe a little bit left to play for Mike Wagner, just trying to see if he can get it to run, but I'm not seeing what I really think I want to see here out of those low line drivers. I've got to think in the next round of pit stops, they're going to be thinking about coming up and maybe switching to the high lane.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that. It seems like in these early stages, the low line simply is not working. Maybe in the dying laps of the race, the low line might come into its own, but right now, if you're not on the high line, you are losing out. And, well, I guess there's a bit of a benefit there in the fact that the Evolve cars are sort of off sequence compared to everyone else. They'll be able to come out, hopefully, in some clear air and try and consolidate the high line if they decide to switch up.
As you saw on the screen right there, the pit cycle difference between the leader and Challenger, just about 4 or 5 laps or so, and then subtract a few more laps from that, and you get the Evolve cars. And I keep harping on this as a Tour de France stage. it's still very early in the going. Without the riffraff of the stages in real NASCAR to worry about, we've just passed essentially the equivalent of stage 1, as we put on the 06 right here of the Evolve team to show the difference in the fuel economy. The main thing that these drivers just want to get to, they just want to get to lap 100. One of the rules of the majors is that you have to get to half distance to be able to be awarded full points. Otherwise, you only get a flat fee of 10 points for showing up. So they just want to get to that halfway point, and then we can start figuring out where we want to go from here.
Yeah, keep an eye on the top left of your screen. Wait for that counter to reach lap 100, and everyone who's still in the running by that point will be safe to get full points, regardless of if they have an incident and finish down the order or not.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where you really want to try to avoid any of those incidents as much as possible. Just keep yourself clean here in the running, keep yourself able to go. And that's what we talked about. They're planning out for the entirety of the race here at this point. Let's see if they're able to do anything. Now it looks like there's a little momentum coming into the low lane. Switches back coming through the tri-oval, but not too bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. They'll keep that momentum here coming into turns 1 and 2. That's where we're seeing the biggest pull from the low line. Coming off the turn 4 exit, they can't really set it up, but the tri-oval and then turns 1 and 2. That's a big sequence of the track where the low line is the place to be. Unfortunately, they don't have the luxury of switching up to the high line for turns 3 and 4 and then continue on. There's just too many cars up there. And despite the fact that there are a couple of gaps I can see that are about a car length, I think the Evolve cars, they're all on the same page in terms of strategy. They all want to work their way through that together. Bit of a push in the lead, Lawrence Shaughnessy. Actually had to back out of it, I think, on Chris Wilhite. There's a little bit too much at stake here in the early stages to really go crazy on making moves. This is not a Carburetor Cup race after all.
Not a Carburetor Cup race, not even carburetors on these machines. It's still the fuel injection with tapered spacers. And the other thing to keep in mind with Evolve here, they're running for the full championship. These 3 cars on the outside may not necessarily show up beyond this particular event. They're just here for the glory of winning the race. So, like we stated before, we want to get, if the Evolve cars want to get full points, they want to get to halfway at the very minimum. Then they can start trying to figure out how to break this trio up on the high side up.
I'm just interested in seeing what Shaughnessy's doing right now. He's moving out of line a little bit. He gets a bit of a bump from behind from Alan Wilson, but down the straights, he's sort of moving out of the slipstream slightly, maybe by a quarter to a third of the width of his car on Chris Wilhite. Now, usually you'd think that's a sign that he wants to make a move, but maybe what he's doing is trying to get some cool air into his radiator. That's one thing that we haven't discussed yet, is the fact that when you're running in a draft pack for such a long time, you are not getting fresh, cool air into your car when you're running behind others, DJ.
Exactly. We brought that up a little bit when we were watching the duels, and that could be the situation here, that he's just monitoring that water temperature, the oil temperature, making sure that he is keeping that car underneath him, because the worst thing to have happen here at this point, just over a third of the race down, is the fact that if he were to blow the engine here, that could be absolutely detrimental to him, as that would put him far down through the order. Not at all what he wanted to have happen. So I think that's probably what it is. Probably nothing too crazy here in terms of strategy or him trying to get out of the way, but I think that's what it is.
Another thing, DJ, to point out, there is a little bit of a bubble when you run directly behind another car. If you try to hang onto that bubble all the time, you're not always going to be able to get to that car in front. Stepping out ever so slightly will allow you to get in front. But right there, huge move right there. If you get a big shove like that, that bubble's not going to matter. But If you're close together, you just want to jump out ever so slightly, beat the bubble, slide back in line, aim for that little TV camera on the back and hit them.
That was almost a big heart attack moment for the top three. You can see that Shaughnessy is moving out of line pretty much every opportunity he can get. I think he is having a couple of overheating issues in that car, and who knows how that's going to affect the high line going forward if he's having to, ride that bubble, so to speak, on the outside. There's potentially some impatience starting to creep in too. It can get a little tedious if you're back in the pack or running behind the leader in a long green flag stint. Of course, Wilhite's the one with the advantage in terms of temperature. So is Medina. They're the ones punching the hole in the air. They're the ones getting that fresh, cool air into their radiators. Everyone behind them will be glancing at their gauges every so often and maybe tugging at their collars.
Yeah, exactly. Just a little bit nervous about that, but maybe just a little bit of impatience starting to creep in as well. And look at this here, Reese. Nathan Medina starting to bring his way forward, starting to push his way up, starting to maybe get that lone lane to come into its own.
Yes. Yeah. It's all of this, all of these moves being made to cool down the cars behind is actually, I think, slowing up the momentum of the top line a little bit. And, well, I mean, obviously on the run off turn 4, the advantage goes back to the high line. But I don't know, those Evolve cars down low, they're really starting to look like a factor here.
Slowly but surely, they're able to work their way up. As we see on screen, we also take a look at the chase group. It's just 2 lead lap cars at the moment, but they've got a bit of a assistance from lap down cars, kind of pushing along with the sled dogs and trying to at least maintain their gap. I believe they are about 10 seconds back, running comparatively similar lap times to at least the back end of the lead pack, but they're gonna need to let this play out for a while yet. As we add laps to this counter, the Evolve cars closer and closer to needing to take their pit stop.
Boy, oh boy, this is getting intense now, isn't it? We are now 3/4 of the way to that magic 100 lap mark, where drivers will be guaranteed full points. And maybe once that happens, we'll start seeing the aggression start to pile in again as there's a little bit less at stake. Every endurance event, every major event worldwide that goes for a distance like this, it's all about surviving to those final stages. Does anyone want to pull the trigger early?
Yeah, that's my question here at this point. 36 laps in the books. A little bit longer for a few of the drivers that stopped early, looking about 39 for the likes here of Hill and Wagner, some of those Evolve drivers that came down in early. So don't be surprised if it's that bottom lane that decides to come in a little bit early here at this point, but we'll see how it plays out. Again, this is all about just concentration, keeping things together. That Evolve pack, if they do come down in, they could be able to get a little bit of an undercut here at this point, because they could be able to come in, get some fresh rubber on the car and make things work that way, but we will have to see. They're going to cross over the line. We also have to remember that most drivers were able to get to about lap 40. Expect that to extend out to about lap 42 or so on this pit cycle, because we had a couple of laps under safety car conditions.
Yeah, so the drivers that are currently on the longest stint so far, well, it's the Evolve cars. They are currently on the 41st lap of their stint. So you never know. We might be seeing a pit stop from them in the next lap or two, if not momentarily. Let's see what happens when they pull past the pit entry region, and there they go. The Evolve cars on the way in. They get a couple of cars following them in too. but Evolve playing this very well. Gargaro Jr. Makes his way into laps down, but every other car in the pits right now is an Evolve team car.
And you notice what it's done at the front? It's brought all of those cars that were outside of the Evolve, they're all down to the inside. They're getting ready to set up for their pit stop next. We're going to have to see how the Evolve cars make out of this, because with adding Gargano to the mix, that's another car that they can rely on, not necessarily for position, but as another pusher.
Yeah, exactly right. So do any of them go for it here? No, they're just waiting. They're just preparing. It looks like Wilhite is the one in control of this one. Everyone from Shaughnessy and Wilson behind is just keeping an eye out to see what Wilhite decides to do.
Everybody just holding on here at this point. There's a live look at the Evolve drivers coming back out onto the track here. At this point, they're going to have a little bit of an advantage. That'll be good for them. They're not going to be a full lap down. That'll put them into position where they'll feel a little bit better about the way things run. But a big push there given to the back of Wilhite, and it looks like Evolve now going to be up to speed here at this point. So they're going to be looking to just stay on that lead lap and hope that another caution doesn't come out here at this point.
But they're running out of time, DJ. The lead pack is still running 195 miles an hour. These guys are just now getting to 190 miles an hour. They may just be able to keep the lead pack on the outside of the draft window, and I believe they are. I believe this is a successful pit stop for Evolve. They're going to get 7 cars strong in this particular stint.
Good to see. But that lead pack is now all in single file. I think that's the first real instance of single file that we've seen all race from our top pack. And you see there's the gap between them. This lead pack is starting to make their way up on the Evolve cars, and they're just on the 41st lap of their stint. And look at that. In goes Wilhite, in goes Shaughnessy. Actually, majority of them staying out there, which I wasn't expecting. I thought we'd see a big run into the pit lane from everybody, but O'Neill, Turgeson, Hutchison, Bryce Roberts as well making their way in. Looks like another 4-car pack behind of James Jones, Greg McEnany, Robert Northway, and Wesley Holland. Those are the drivers that didn't have the best of runs in the first stint, either got involved in incidents or had to use their spare car or got a pit speeding penalty or what have you. So good opportunity for them to come in. But now it is Christian Challoner who leads the way here. I would expect them to be coming in at the end of maybe another couple of laps. Remember, DJ, everyone who's in the lead pack right now is about to start the 40th lap of their stint.
Yeah, and my question here at this point for the likes of Shaughnessy and Wilhite, there's not that many of a train that came on through. As Gap Barber sets the fastest lap of the race. Compared to the Evolve gents, that's a smaller pack than we've seen. I'm curious how that's going to play out. There we see the 2 packs working their way on through right now. Keeping our eye on the likes of Challoner, though, is if we wait to see if that number 78 is going to come down into pit lane. Lyndon Swaby down into the pits right now.
Austin O'Neill making his way out of the lane on this lap. He's falling down into the vicinity of the Evolve cars. So he was one of the drivers who was running way up in the field. Let's wait and see how this all stacks out. Shaughnessy, Wilhite, and Wilson, they're down in 12th, 13th, and 14th. And how far are they ahead of the other pack? It looks like about 2.5 seconds is the gap right now. And remember, they're running in tandem ×3 versus Gargaro, who's leading the Evolve pack. They are carrying a great amount of speed here coming down the straights. Let's see if they can catch up.
I thought for a minute Austin O'Neill was going to be the opportunity that these leaders needed, and it has for them to catch up. This is going to be a critical point right here as we look at some of the cars that have pitted by themselves. Poor Justin Morton has no friends. He has Fusion teammates, but they're not there with him. Meantime, back at the ranch, up here with Challenger at the lead. He has caught the tail end of this Evolve pack, and instead of overtaking him, he's just going to ride around behind them. This, I think, will work out in Challenger's favor because he was able to cover the gap as they pit. What I've noticed of these pit stops as they start to come in, they will come out about 2 turns ahead of them on the road. So being able to cover that gap should offer them some sort of benefit right here.
We are just watching and waiting here. Looks like Dallas Pataska, Josh Mertz, Tom Abramatis, and Christian Challenger have all made their way in, but Lung, Kotska, Steel, Crab, Bennett, Dowd, and Isaacs, they're going to go 43 laps on this particular stint.
43 laps is a pretty impressive run here for these drivers, Reese. I would not be surprised if we see a situation a little bit later on where they're going to be able to put that into great effect, whether or not it's merely just being able to eliminate a couple of gallons of fuel that they're going to have to put in the car later on in the run, or whether or not it's going to be a situation where they can maybe eliminate a little bit more as they continue to go. One way or the other, good running there for them.
Yeah, they're going to make it 44 laps now. They just crossed the line and did not go into the pits. Jerry Isaacs in 7th place decides to throw up the white flag and go into the lane, get tires and fuel. So I would expect that Lung, Kotska, Steel, Crab, Bennett, and Dowd, the current top 6, will move on into the pits at the end of this lap. If they don't, then it's either a master stroke or a massive error. Meanwhile, the Evolve cars make their move to the high line and move past Gargaro.
And Abramitis. That is for position.
Yeah.
It is for position, so Abramitis was allowed to defend on the low side. I'm starting to wonder what these cars up front are doing. It's they're by themselves on this current strategy. Maybe sitting at the back of the field has allowed them to save a lot more fuel than I would have expected. That could come into handy very later on if it goes green. So we'll have to see when they decide to commit. Every lap that they get right here is an opportunity to take less fuel later on.
Yeah, that it is. But we see that Ken Lung, he's actually going to stay out again and make this 46 laps on that stint. He's behind these guys as into the lane we see Scott Kukas. This evidently was a nice pit lane entry to watch. For what reason, we will see here. Kukas moving on into the lane on the brakes, and oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh, all right. Yeah, big lock up and got a black flag for an unsafe entry. That's a big shame there for Scott. And a big clouds come over the circuit, which should bring the temperature back down. It actually increased to 34 Celsius. Meanwhile, finally, the current race leaders move on in, and Ken Lung, oh, he got onto the grass, hit the yellow cone. That might be an unsafe entry for him.
Yeah, it very well might be. We'll have to wait and see if there is a penalty there for Leung as he comes down in. That whole group up in the front coming down in here at this point. Now we focus in on your few here up at the front. This is going to be the number 9 and the number 7 right now as they try to link up and get themselves a little bit farther forward.
So far as of yet, we haven't seen any word of a penalty for the Leung car. It got dangerously close for him. He might have gotten lucky with it. Nope, he's getting held here. I think he got the entry penalty, and because he took service, he's going to take 40 seconds additional on his pit stop. He fought the lawn, and the lawn won.
That's a good one. Andrew Kotska, meanwhile, is all alone. His teammate having taken that penalty and re-emerges onto the racetrack as Shaughnessy, Wilhite, and Wilson, the effective top 3 from before, continue to draft with each other. Here's another look at that entry for Lung. He just couldn't get it slowed down in time. It's unfortunate for him. And of course, when you're slowing down from 200 miles an hour, with cars that obviously have their brake bias a long way forward, it's very difficult to make any alterations to your line once you're on the brakes.
Yeah, it tends to lock up a little bit there when you try to do that at that point. So that's exactly what happened as he came on through. Just a very, very unfortunate situation for him. And that is going to be a penalty that puts him down through the order. May not put him out of the race depending on how things are going to happen, but we'll have to see.
Well, our top three are still on their own now, having moved back into those top three positions. Andrew Kotska getting a big benefit with extra fuel mileage, up 11 places now into fourth. Ryan Steele and Miles Crabb drafting with each other as we keep an eye on this pack, the Evolve cars, along with Christian Challoner, Dallas Pataska, and Joshua Mertz. Remember, the lapped car of David Gargaro is still there too, helping these guys out, giving them a little bit of a slipstream. This could help them catch up to the leaders, but I think what in a nutshell, Lynn, has happened is all of those different pit strategies coming together has resulted in a very broken up field. We now have something like 4 packs to keep track of.
Yes, it has. The thing about with Gargano is at least he's still supporting his team there in that domestique kind of position. He is laps down, but breaking up the air. And I think they are chasing down a chase number 1 group, the Kotska Steel Crab group. Yes, they have, and they are going to try to pick them up. The key thing I want to look for at this particular point is the speeds of lap times relative to each other. The lead breakaway are all running 46.1s. With this merger, let's see how many cars they'll be able to get to run down this lap time.
Oh, have a look at Challoner. Goodness me, that was big there. Got a big run on the inside and decided to switch high. Dallas Pataska following him through. Remember, Challoner and Pataska are battling for the championship right now. This is one of those rare occasions where the 2 championship rivals will have to work together.
Yeah, they'll have to work together. I thought for a second Challoner was actually going to leave Pataska out to drive there at that point, moving down to the low lane. But now I'm not really sure why he jumped back up high and linking back up with Pataska, and they're getting past like they're standing still.
Yeah, oh man, that's not good. Probably an ill-informed maneuver there from Christian Challoner, because it seems like in this circumstance, the low line is where you want to be. And a lapped car as well. Looks like one of the Sector 5 cars of Lyndon Swaby. He's going to fall behind them. But now, looks like there's some of the Evolve cars that have decided to go high here. And they are following them through. Mike Wagner, Austin O'Neill as well, not an Evolve car, obviously. Now Challoner and Pataska have a little extra slipstream, and the rest of the Evolve cars have decided to move up as well. So there's that switch up to the high line that we were talking about earlier.
There's a little bit of a rebellion there for the brief moment. Denver Lee Turkison was in that high line, jumped down low, trying to make a run, and then jumped back up in a very close moment. This run is not as well organized, although I am starting to see 45-second lap times in this group right here. So I think they're going to be able to chase down this lead group right here.
Oh, a little bit of a bump draft in the turn. Gently does it.
That was spicy.
Certainly was. Dallas Pataska wisely backing out of it there to avoid causing an incident. But you can tell that now we're approaching the halfway point. Things are starting to get hammered down for a lot of these drivers. And let's see how the high line works this time. We've got a good pack of cars here with Kotska, Steele, Crab, Mertz, etc. on the low line right now. The Evolve cars have been running low for the majority of this race, and now they are seeing if their car works on the high line. Is this working out for them?
It doesn't look like it here at this point. It just doesn't look like they have the pull that they really want to get as they try to be able to get their way up forward, try to be able to put themselves into position, and I'm just not seeing the play that they want.
Yeah, and they're all coming up on lapped cars as well. They have to alter their lines. There's Scott Kukas, who just had to let them all go. It's like every time they almost get a run, They have to back out of it because something's happening ahead. Oh no. Oh, Gargaro into the wall.
Oh, but he saved it. He's going to keep on going. My goodness, that was as close could be.
Yeah, it looked like he was moving down low and then potentially a bit of contact from behind from his teammate. That was very lucky, but Gargaro is going to move straight into the pit lane as a result of that. And after only 19 laps out on the track, it's a mechanical black flag for David Gargaro. So Evolve have lost one of their helper cars out of this battle, unfortunately.
Probably what happened to this Gargano car as it got put into the fence is one of the toe links has been destroyed on this vehicle. It's a relatively short fix in required, but there's going to be a lot of optional for him to take care of at this particular point. But at the very least, he was able to keep it going. They have lost a little bit of ground. They were right at the 3-second mark. Take a look at the replay right here. Now they're back to about 3.8 seconds. Just trying to side draft a little bit too hard and hit him at the right rear quarter panel. That's a no bueno hit.
No, unfortunately. So that'll obviously be an item in the debrief for Evolve Sim Sports. But they still have a race to run from here. They are still chasing the top three. Shaughnessy, Wilhite, and Wilson actually holding on to a good amount of speed right now. They got Ken Leung with them as well, who is now unfortunately a lap or two down thanks to the penalty that he had to serve. But this is such an entertaining pack. Everyone from fourth on back. Kotska on the low line currently. But now we're starting to see a run from the high line on the edge of the bubble. Nathan Medina starting to get the run.
Starting to get the run here at this point. Let's see if he's able to get anything to go. That high line's been dominant, but we haven't seen it start to be able to get its way up into play really since we saw these Evolve drivers. Oh, that was a sketchy bump there from Hill to Medina. Managed to pull it all together.
Only just, and they managed to move ahead of Kotska. Nathan Medina now into fourth place, and now there is the unenviable task of making up 4.5 seconds to the top three.
Or like 4.8 at this particular point. Those front three cars are doing massive amounts of work. They're running 45.7s at this particular point. This primary pack, we'll call it the Peloton right here, they're only able to do 46.1s at the front end. But the key thing, that pay window opened. It's past halfway. We got the points in the bank.
We have indeed. Lap 101. We are right in the middle of. And now, depending on how low down drivers are in the field, we might see them start making more aggressive moves. But I think this top three that we were just looking at are going to keep it as careful as they possibly can. They seem, actually, the top three seem very comfortable bumping each other quite harshly to try and keep that speed up. We're not seeing any of that in this pack that we're looking at right now, but the contact is a lot more aggressive between Shaughnessy, Wilhite, and Wilson.
Yeah, it really and truly is. They are very, very aggressive and very clearly okay with each other in the way that they run. I'm a little bit surprised by that, if I'm completely honest, but we'll have to see if that continues on here at this point. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, maybe it'll all come to a head later on. Again, we have to wait and see. For the moment, though, if you want updates on how far people are into their stints, Medina, Wagner, and Hill, as well as Stephen Verweyen and Shane Vickery, all the Evolve cars, they have just completed 24 laps on this stint. The top three are on their 22nd lap of the stint. Kotska, Steele, and Crab, they only pitted 13.5 laps ago. So they have got plenty more mileage in them yet to come.
And the gap is growing. As we've noted, in English, it's a very difficult language to master. For this front breakaway, they've obviously mastered pushing. This pace that they're able to keep up, I think they're going to be able to build at least a half a straightaway by the time that they need to hit again. And if we don't get a caution at any particular point, we're going to be looking at potentially game over by at least lap 150.
Yeah, something needs to change. Something needs to happen. Because yeah, the evolved cars of Medina and Hill, as well as the evolved EH car of Wagner, they are not having the best of times up there on the high line. You know, but I think we were operating under the impression that once they switched up to the high line, they would easily be able to get some extra pace. But it seems like they're just not able to make it work. They're not able to get up alongside Steele and Kotska down low. Having said that, we just saw a massive run around the outside of the tri-oval on those guys, which is something we haven't really seen yet.
But the problem is, Reese, that just took all of the momentum out of this group's sales. Like, they were, when Kotska was out in front by himself. Okay, now we get the evolved cars out in front. We'll try this for size. But when Kotska was out there in front alone, he was able to keep the group even. But that little shindig that they had right there kind of cost him a whole second and a half right there.
Yeah. Well, let's see if they can gain that back. Was this the right move for Hill and Medina to move down to the front of the low line? As things stand, going through the turn, looks like it. But then we get to the straight, and then the high line starts to come back just a little bit. Doesn't look like as much of an advantage as we saw when the pack was all together in the first stint, though, DJ. So maybe it was the right decision for Medina and Hill to move down.
Yeah, I think it was here at this point. And the other thing is that does trap Christian Challoner up on the high side with a little bit less momentum. Now, the car I'm watching here at this point is going to be the number 8 machine to see if that is going to take down on the low side as well. That's for Weigh-In to see if he's going to move.
Whoa,
contact there through the field. They're going to keep going the right way, but big kathunk there. I think that was Wagner.
Yeah, righto. Oh, and it's gotten worse. Spin, yellow flag, Joshua Mertz got turned.
That was the worst case scenario for this group right here. We just wiped out half a dozen really good cars right there. Yes, it took out the gap at the front, but all of these guys, I think, are going to be forced to the spare car for sure. So Pataska, I think, is going to need a tow. I'm seeing 2 wheels very much askew on the front end of that thing.
Yeah, real shame. Christian Challoner, I think, could have afforded to go a little bit lower there, but unfortunately got into the left rear quarter panel of Joshua Mertz here. And then that's ended up taking Dallas Pataska out of the running too. It was all started by that little bit of contact, and you'll see Challoner go for it there. And there we go.
Yeah, it all just fires off there, and that is the big one that we talked about, that kind of incident that can take place when you get multiple drivers vying for that same position. Now, this is going to be a real heartbreak, I've got to imagine, not only to the drivers that were taken out, but we've got to look here at the likes of Shaughnessy, Wilhite, and Wilson. They were praying for this thing to stay green and try to stretch their advantage up at the front of the field. Let's take another look here farther back in.
Okay, so there's the initial contact there that turned Mertz around, and Pataska, the 71, all going into each other up high. And a couple of lost bumpers there for good measure. So our 2 championship protagonists at this stage getting taken out of the running, if only for a brief moment. They will likely go for their spare cars now and try to salvage something from this race, but majority of the field making their way into the pits. No surprise there. As we see everyone down the order file on through, we'll see more and more of the timing screen light up as drivers make their way into the lane. Now, question is, who's going to have the longest pit stop? It's likely going to be the ones that actually pitted later. They're going to have a lot more time spent in the lane and it will roughly equalize them on strategy, I would think.
Equalize on strategy for sure, but you're going to still have the same issue of having those 3 cars up at the front, and most likely have the strategic opportunity to get themselves back in line again. And I don't know if there's a car combination throughout the rest of the field that would be able to challenge very much, unless the entire field decides they've had enough of them and just all jump into one separate line against them.
Yeah, that could be an option. It would require a lot of communication between many drivers across many different teams. I suppose that's another part of oval racing that, you know, I don't consider all that often, DJ, is the fact that even in real life, the drivers can talk to each other if they want to, and organize themselves for good runs towards the front of the field.
Yeah, they're really able to have that. That's that co-opetition that I talked about. And here on the sim, it is a little bit more significant than it would be in real life, because you're really able to have that communication, not only with your teammates, but if you're able to be jumping around with technical alliances, things like that. We see that a lot in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series, technical alliances across the board where those drivers communicate with one another. So we could see a little bit of that coming into play here.
92 laps to go. We are halfway through the Daytona 500 and then some. What to come from here. Chris Wilhite still in the lead after starting in third. He has been a front-end protagonist all through the race so far. The lights are out on the pace car, and we are forming back up for the restart. Wesley Holland back into the lane. Let's compare pit stop times here for a brief moment. It's looking to me like around 12 seconds or thereabouts is the stop time for those running up the top. Ryan Steele, who's found himself in third place now, only stopped for 8.3 seconds, and his lane time was a solid 4 seconds quicker than Wilhite and Shaughnessy. So keep an eye out for Ryan Steele, see what he can do when we get back to green flag racing.
I was going to say, with 90 laps to go, a couple of strategy options have presented themselves. Everybody's reset here on an even footing. You could divide this up into 2 different ways. You could either go 30 laps at a time, pit, 30 laps, pit again, have a little bit of fuel left in the tank. Or you could try to go as far as you can on this tank of fuel, go 40 laps, leaves you about 50, pit again. You won't have to spend as much time on the pits as that, but if the other group decides to keep going, you might... It's just going to be very close how this works out.
All right, get ready for the pace car to pull in, and we'll get back to racing. The Evolve cars have gotten a new lease on life here. But now it's going to be Shane Vickery being the lead car of that team. Nathan Medina just behind him as the throttle is hammered down to the firewall. And we go back to racing at Daytona. Chris Wilhite immediately moving to the high line ahead of Lawrence Shaughnessy. Those two, plus Alan Wilson, have been working together really well. And it looks like Steele actually moved up to the high line very early too. Wilson got the run on him off the restart. We still have in contention Austin O'Neill and Miles Crabb too. Shane Vickery and Nathan Medina decide, okay, we're going to stick with these guys, losing too much momentum with the big gap that's opened thanks to all of the shuffling ahead of them.
Yeah, they're all going to move up to the high lane here at this point, really leaving some drivers out in the wash there at that point. 2 lanes forming behind, but a breakaway starting to form here as Jason Isaacs, now the leader of that second pack, in 10th place. He finds himself a good 0.5 of a second off. Now, he'll be able to close that back in. Worry a little bit about some of the jostling here that we continue to see, as there we just saw the 06 of Mike Wagner move up on the track. If that low lane continues to bleed and hemorrhage cars like that, it's not going to end well for anybody.
No, certainly not. There's only so much room that you can take when everyone is packed together like this, and those that are stuck on the low line right now are just hoping for some kind of gap to open up. Remember, it will take a few laps before we start really seeing some proper pace from the low line. So if you're down there, you got to try and make the best of what you've got right now and wait for it to come to you and just hope that you don't drop down too far.
As they get up to speed, certainly with a little bit of shenanigans in the back, the vast majority of the cars are on that outside line, but the inside's starting to get organized a little bit, closing the gaps up. But what's going to happen when they get up to this front three? Are they going to duck and cover, or are they just going to do what they've been doing all day and just pull that outside line away from them?
That is the question. Well, no surprise to see that Wilhite, Shaughnessy, and Wilson are very comfortable with giving each other big kisses on the bumper. But everyone behind them is just being gentle, just hanging back a little further, letting them do their thing, and just riding in the tow.
Yeah, and I think at this point, you know, we're still a little bit a ways from that point where I would really expect the aggression and the push to start to develop here at this point, Reese. So I'm surprised that we're seeing the really, frankly, aggressive pushes and shoves here from the likes of Wilhite and those around them. But by the same token, I think that Wilhite, Shaughnessy, and Wilson have a really good hookup here. They know exactly what they're doing. They know how they want to do it, and they know how they want to push themselves forward. So I think for them, they feel perfectly comfortable in this spot, and that's a credit to them. I mean, that was a big bump that we just saw as we rode on board with Ryan Steele as Alan Wilson gave him that big shove up and through the order.
This is such an interesting fight here up the top. And everyone else is on the outside looking in here. But we still don't know who actually is in contention to win this race. The strategies have been equalized for the time being. Everyone who's still on the lead lap, or basically everyone save Barber, Roberts, and Tergerson. It's basically a reset to what we saw at the start. Everyone's just trying to sort out what they're doing, and I think everyone behind, and certainly people in the low line, will be hoping that we go caution-free this stint, and they might be able to save a bit of fuel and gain a slight advantage for the final 60 or so laps of the race.
Of course, the key thing is you have to stay in contention to be able to win it. So I think you're going to see a lot of fighting to keep what's left of this front group together. You mentioned Bryce Roberts and Denver Lee Tergerson have been ejected out of the back of the field. You could add Christian Challenger and Gavin Barber to that mix. They are off by themselves in a breakaway of their own, but still anybody's guess as to what's going to happen here, and especially with this many cars still left in the front pack, there could always be a little bit of mayhem.
Oh yeah, always a possibility, especially when it comes time to pit. We are currently 8.5 laps in to the fuel stint. Of course, a few of those being under caution, so I think we're going to expect the stints for drivers up the front to be running anywhere from 40 to 44 laps at this rate.
Yeah, I think that's about what we're going to be running here at this point. The question is going to be is how much fuel saving they're actually able to do at this point in the field right now. We watch the number 33 machine, as there you see those little bumps and shoves all the way up through the order, just trying to see what they have. That's Alan Wilson. Again, the aggressive bumping, and we're not seeing any of that from Ryan Steele on back. They're just holding on to the coattails here of these top three Ryko cars.
Again, the bumping is so aggressive between these three. I have to wonder whether or not it's all going to come to a head and one of them is going to make a slight error. You do not want the leaders spinning in front of you when you're all in a pack like this. I mean, we thought we'd already seen the big one. We may have an even bigger one coming up.
I would hope with as well as these guys have been pushing, that they either don't make a mistake, or if they do, that they're able to catch it, or if they do end up spinning, that they will take the gentlemanly approach and bail out to the inside infield and not take out anybody else. But yeah, you never know. But this run right here, inside lane, able to get up there to these guys, it's going to get a little interesting.
Yeah, I was about to say, good run from Brian Bennett in the Sector 5, number 71. Had a very good last lap. Greg McEnany is pushing him along very nicely. And Jimbo Pfeiffer also there in another Sector 5 car. He is not racing for outright position there. He's down in 34th place, 5 laps down on the lead cars, but he'll still do whatever he can to help out his teammate Bennett up ahead. The run here through turns 1 and 2. Not falling in favor of the low line like I expected.
Not quite, but I do have to give a tip of the hat to Brian Bennett and Jimbo. Jimbo having a little bit of trouble earlier on, but both of these guys, longtime veterans of both the Pacific majors and the international majors. Well, I say international, I mean the worldwide division. Back here in the Pacific, really great bunch of guys right there, going all the way back to the Alliance days. Just great bunch. Love driving with them. They're always great to be with.
And I think, extending on that point, one of the great things about the Majors series is that it has a very solid core group of drivers, as we see, oh dear, that's Tergerson, is it? No, it's Bryce. Yeah, it's Tergerson, who's unfortunately overshot his pit box there. He was approaching the end of a fuel stint anyway. There's a very solid core group of drivers in the Majors series, and many of the drivers in this field have been racing in this series for years at this point, so they're all familiar with each other. They all know what to do in their specific situations here. And usually if someone makes a mistake, it's not frowned upon too much, because the majority of these drivers all trust each other in high intensity situations like this.
Yeah, they all really trust each other, and this is proven out by the racing we're seeing here on the track, Reese. I mean, we have gone with, 2 cautions over the course of quite a number of hundreds of miles here that they have run. So this is really pretty remarkable that we're seeing these drivers being able to keep everything together in the way that they want to. This is good running. This is clean running. This is exactly what you want to see if you are an organizer of the Major Series. If you are a driver in the Major Series, this is trust, and this is good competition for all parties involved.
Looks like the low line is starting to fall down once more, as we have Scott Kukas, who recently unfortunately got a penalty, allowing everyone past him. But it's always difficult when you're in the middle of a turn. You've got the safer barrier on one side, you've got cars passing you on the other. It is a stressful situation. It looks like Kukas has just managed to escape.
Very stressful, and also, and it's happened again, the lap car falling to the back as they get a little bit closer. Oh, shoved in. That's just 27 right there. That's a bad moment right there. There goes one lead lap car, and I think that is a right front down, possibly a total link, possibly a tire.
Oh, dear. Shane Vickery has not had great running at all, has he, in that. We'll take another look at what happened. So the lap car came through, and unfortunately it was contact with a teammate. There was a check up ahead, and Vickery unfortunately had nowhere to go.
Yeah, nowhere to go there for Vickery, and just shoved out into the outside wall unceremoniously there. But now at this point, as they continue to go, we watch the number 6 machine as it makes its way around Nathan Medina. A little bit of a high run for the 35 in front of them of Greg McEnany right now, trying to see if he's able to get anything to go. Not really wanting to push his way on by. Again, patience being shown by the entirety of the field here at this point.
Yeah, there have been a few moments where there's been miscommunications and cars falling out of contention as a result of that. But yeah, I think by and large, everyone's been nice and patient and approaching this race calmly with the big picture in mind. And that's something that you don't often see at the lower levels. You know, when people first start driving in races like this, they lose sight of that bigger picture. There's so many pit stops, so many strategy variations you can work through in a race like this. You have to keep your eye on the very end. It is the end of the journey that matters in the Daytona 500.
Yeah, exactly. You start out. You might try a couple of Carb Cup races, and it's just little sprints here and there. It's very rare that you get these big full distance races on iRacing coming around, both in officials, both in leagues, and other exhibition events. It takes a lot of discipline to compete at this level for this duration. A lot of it is just practice. I've seen in practice drivers doing thousands of laps just for this particular event to make sure that they're all nice and ready.
So Scott Kukas has moved his way into the pits once more, and he is one of many cars that is a lap down or more now. We still have 21 cars on the lead lap according to my timing, Wesley Holland being the leader of them. And if the lucky dog happens during the next caution, if another caution comes out, Jordan Bazugli, Wayne Hutchison will be the ones in contention for that. But you see how the strategy has all been equalized amongst the top 10. There was a bit of variation in the last couple of pit stops, then the caution came out and they all decided to come in. So now they are on roughly equal footing, and it all depends on who can save fuel in the draft. And it's certainly not going to be Chris Wilhite.
No, he certainly won't here at this point, as he is going to be in a position to find
Whack in the backfield, hard.
Oh, good call.
Multiple cars.
Yeah, that's pretty massive. Caution has come out as a result. And it looks like we got two Evolve cars in that. Kevin Hill and Stephen Verweyen. The Evolve EH cars of Mike Wagner. One of Mike Wagner. Andrew Kotska involved in that as well. And it looks like that's a smoking engine for Kotska. That's a shame for him. He was running quite well up in third, fourth, or thereabouts.
And this car on screen right now, it has no steering whatsoever. He's just going to try to limp it to his pit stall as we get a replay right here. The lap car on the high side, the 14, the 945 on the scoring, getting lapped and just making contact with that middle lane and just causing all sorts of chaos for the midfield right here.
Yeah, it just looks to me like Andrew Kotska, he tried to move down a bit, but unfortunately Mattis moved down a little too, and then it looks like Kotska just got sucked into the side of Mattis, and that's what ultimately turned Mattis around.
That's where a lot of the incidents happen in the practice races we get played on this replay. Big hit for that one car right there. I didn't catch the number. But in the practice races, we get the occasional lap down car, and sometimes when the field's too wide, it's very difficult to accept that car on the outside into that third lane. It's kind of a miracle right here that this Verweyen car was actually able to get back to his pit stall, because it kind of looks like both the toe links were busted on the front as we get pits here.
Yeah, drivers coming down into pit lane here at this point. Looks like it's going to be the majority of the field, 70 to go. That's going to make it just about perfect. You only need one more stop to make it to the end.
Yeah, good point there, and good call on the majority of the drivers who decided to come in at this point. The cars that are a lap down or more will stay out. I don't think that's too much of a surprise.
What is a surprise, though? Kevin Hill has stayed out and has pinned all of those cars a lap down.
Okay. Righto. So this is going to make things very interesting coming through to the end of this race. Did Kevin Hill make the right call? On the numbers alone, I don't think so. But Jordan Bazugli does get the lucky dog. And unfortunately, the rest of his former lap-down compatriots will have to stay behind Kevin Hill.
Yeah, they'll have to stay behind at this point. This has a little bit of a hallmarks to me of trying to pin some drivers that they may be looking in the terms of the team's championship, playing a little bit of strategy there at that point. Gav Barber, though, up into second place here as he runs, having pitted in 2 laps before everybody else. This will be a good run for Gav if he's able to hold that, but watch out for the likes of O'Neill, Wilhite, Shaughnessy. They're going to be starting off 3rd, 4th, and 5th in this order. They could be some to put their way up into a good spot.
Here we go then. Pit stops completed for the majority of the field. Kevin Hill will likely see him move his way into the pits under green when we get back to green, and he'll probably be hoping for an extra couple of cautions if he wants any chance of finishing well up the field from this point.
But at this particular point, yes, it's a tactical decision to pin these cars lap down, but at the same time, you still have pitting now still means you have to pit one more time. I can see a reasoning for Kevin Hill to want to stay out and take his pit stops in a different order. It's a huge risk, of course. If you don't get another caution, you're going to be pitting by yourself. But at the same time, you're keeping competitive teams down a lap. You're keeping Dallas Pataska down 2 laps. He doesn't get any of those back. So at the rate it's going, this may be a long-term strategy by Evolve.
Yeah, Evolve have really been the standout team when it comes to planning this race out. You know, they're all running together, even in practice, and keeping themselves low, moving high later on in the race, and They just seem to have an eye into an end goal of this race. I'm wondering if if like you say, with the long-term strategy, maybe the decision to keep Hill out is something that will help the whole team later.
Yeah, that could be that decision. Again, as you said, they have been the real leaders here at this point in terms of getting their way forward, putting their way ahead. When we talk about these drivers working as a team, I mean, it's the cheesy way to say it, but co-opetition. That's what we're seeing here, and we're seeing this cooperation out of the Evolve team, but we're ready to go back to green.
Pace car moves into the lane. Kevin Hill will lead the field away here for the, I believe, 4th restart of this race. And lap 132 of 200 begins. We are green again at Daytona. Hill getting a good run with Austin O'Neill and Lawrence Shaughnessy in 2nd and 3rd. We see James Jones there, a driver that we have barely given any airtime to tonight. He started down in 25th place and is now up to 6th. Gavin Barber up there in 3rd place too.
I think that was too good of a start out of Kevin Hill. That allowed Shaughnessy a gap to get up to the high side, but Austin O'Neill able to cover that spot as well, takes the lead by himself. This is the first time we've seen these Ryko cars split up. How are they going to manage being able to get the band back together?
Yeah, it's going to require some potentially aggressive driving from Alan Wilson, or working together with Chris Wilhite there to move past Gavin Barber, who is, I think, one of the biggest surprises out of all of this. Getting up into the top 3. He pitted 2 laps earlier than O'Neill, Shaughnessy, Wilhite, Wilson, and Steele. So keep an eye on that. Middle Finger Racing, number 25. As we keep our eye further back in the field as the low line is not having a great time. Kevin Hill and James Jones are getting swallowed up by everyone on the high line. Ryan Steele moving on forward. Alan Wilson still holding on, and both of them very aggressive in the bump draft with Chris Wilhite. Gavin Barber is doing what we've seen from many of the other drivers that have been trailing behind the top three so far. He's not doing the bumping down the straight. He's just keeping as close as he can without making contact.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needs to do here at this point as well. I mean, just keep things together because he knows that there's plenty of bumping going on in front of him, and he doesn't want to be the one to push the pusher. We talked about that at the very beginning of the race, how that is a big no-no here in super speedway racing. It's a good heads up to be aware of that and to just be holding on to the coattails, not necessarily the one doing the bumping down these straights.
I'm just watching and waiting to see if there's any kind of move, Lynn.
I was just about to say, I keep looking at Will Heights and Wilson. They keep getting clear, but they don't. Well, never mind. Here they go. There's the jump. And there goes Shaughnessy down with them. So, yep, the band is back together. They're going to take the lead. Here we go again.
Oh, crash in the back. Oh, we've got a car on their roof. Upside down went Tom Abramatis. Oh, man. Abramatis has had a torrid race, hasn't he? And it's just gotten even worse. I'm going back to take a look at what happened to him. It looks like he wasn't involved in the initial contact. It was Joshua Mertz getting turned again, this time by Denver Tergerson. See it happen right there? And Abramatis can't do anything to avoid it.
Oh, just an absolutely hapless passenger there at that point was Abramatis. You hate to see that for Tom. He's run such a good race here, or tried to run such a good race here, and he's just been scuppered, it seems like, at every waking moment.
Yeah, and remember, Tom Abramatis was one of the massive contenders in the Speedway 500 last year, which is still one of the best finishes we've ever had on SimSpeed TV. And it's just a shame to see that his Daytona 500 has not gone the way he wanted. So the number 23 here, they get to the turn and just moves down a little bit, but then up and potentially the 44 sees a way through, but it's just too narrow at that point. Probably would have done well to back out.
And Abramatis is not happy about this particular move. He's chirping that the Tergerson car, that wasn't a good time to make that moving. But you know, if you're just in it for the 500, you got to be a little more respectful of the regulars around you, because that's going to put Abramatis in a big hole if he has to take his drop week this early.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to pile the pressure on later in the season, isn't it? And Abramatis is one of the quickest drivers in the series, and were it not for the bad luck that he's suffered from time to time, he would easily be right up there. But lucky dog for Shane Vickery. He will move back onto the lead lap, which is a nice little fix for what unfortunately happened to him some time ago. Christian Challoner, one of the cars in at the pit lane, he's actually getting some optional repairs there. He is preserving his spare car until the last available opportunity. I think that's a good decision, DJ. Challoner has been in and around a few incidents so far, but I reckon he's certainly playing his cards right there.
Yeah, I think that is 100% the right call. Better to hold on to it as much as possible. Better to try to just get as many options as you can coming into that point in the race, and that's going to be really and truly, I think, the best way forward for him. It's a good heads-up play. It's the way you want to think about this when you're really thinking about the entire race strategy and indeed the entire season strategy.
Yeah, and I think that's the attitude that has won Challoner the championship in this series, is that long game thinking. You know, preserve the spare car. You don't have to take it if you don't absolutely need to. And there's and you know, backing that up with the driving talent that Challoner has. Even though I mean, there's still 64 laps to go. There's still potential that he can come back to finish well here. But even if he doesn't, it still won't have too much of an effect on his season, I don't think.
No, I don't think it will. I mean, he'll be able to bounce back. There's no question about it. But at the same time, you don't want to have to be on the back foot this early.
No, that's very true as well. Well, lights are out on the pace car. We're going to be getting a restart at the end of this lap. And we are back to regularly scheduled programming at the front. Shaughnessy, Wilhite, and Wilson are your contenders for the top three, but Austin O'Neill is right in there too in the brightly colored 01 Chevrolet Camaro. Meanwhile, look at the amount of time that Josh Mertz has spent in the lane. I think after getting turned twice to bring out cautions, Mertz is thinking maybe it's time to call it a night. It seems like Mike Wagner and unfortunately Stephen Verweyen as well might not be seen towards the end here. That's two cars for Evolve that are well and truly out of contention here.
And as you said, they've about had it. I've looked inside their vehicles. There is no driver occupying them at this particular point. Unfortunately, we won't see much of them the rest of the evening, but there's an opportunity available for the rest of the field, I think, right here. What will Austin O'Neill do, I wonder? This is the first time I think we've seen two of these Ryko cars on the outside. Normally, it's they've had two on the inside, and then they've just moved up. Austin O'Neill has a great opportunity to keep at least one of them pinned down on the low side.
Well, this will be the moment of truth. We'll see if any of our forecasting and predictions come true. The green flag flies, and Lawrence Shaughnessy right on it there. So is Austin O'Neill, following him through beautifully, but O'Neill is stuck on the low line, and Shaughnessy will move right up to the high line to get Wilhite and Wilson back into it. We see Ryan Steele there as well in fourth place, and this is once again the point of the restart where the low line is still getting up to momentum. If you're on a restart, the high line is where you want to be, and that's the proof in the pudding.
Yeah, it certainly is. There we see that jump. And I was a little bit concerned there for Shaughnessy that he was going to run out of time there up on the high side, that it was going to be a little bit of a rough run for him. But certainly at this point, he's looking pretty good to just keep up that speed right back with his teammates and keeping himself ahead. This is good running for him. I like what I'm seeing. I like that speed that he has. And he is going to be in a position here at this point where he is certainly going to be in the catbird seat to attack and try to hold on to that lead. Down on the low side, we see that push there for Austin O'Neill, but he got left outstanding on that last restart.
Here comes the rest of the pack. Austin O'Neill will be looking close behind him. Miles Crabb pushing with the 71 of Brian Bennett still in there too.
And it's that crab machine that has been so good in the practice races that I've been able to run. Very reliable pusher. I think this 01 and 31 combination is going to be a winner, but we have to see who they can find as a third to get, because it seems that this three-car tandem up in front is going to be very difficult to dislodge if you don't have at least three yourself.
Just let the race breathe for a second. Listen to those cars go by. Justin Morton still trying to work his way through in this field. Morton did not qualify too well. He started down in 30th place. Abramatis is down there with him too. They're both a lap down, and they'll be hoping that they can get to the front of the cars a lap down sooner rather than later, so they're in the best position if another caution comes out. either of them is going to get the lucky dog and potentially have a good run at the race to finish things off. There's so many drivers here that I expected to be up the front, DJ, but, you know, for one reason or another, they're just down the order and out of the picture right now.
Yeah, they really and truly are just not in good position here at this point to be able to get themselves really where we thought they would be able to go right now. Morton is the one that I am still very, very surprised by. I agree with you there, full sail on that, as I really thought he would have been up into a better position.
But the thing with Morton is he was caught up at, as you said, he was started at the back. He got caught up a little bit in that lap 1 incident that shoved half the field into the second pack. And unfortunately, that kind of puts you into a nest of squirrels, and 1 or 2 collisions later, you're down a lap.
Oh, that's a big spin. Oh my goodness. That's Bryce Roberts going spinning off into the grass and into the safer barrier on the inside. No caution. Stay green, but man, that was quite an extreme incident. Looks like he got tagged from behind by Andrew Kotska.
Just looking at it right now. Oh, sorry, DJ, go for it.
No, as we stumble over each other here. Yeah, and that was not brought out as a caution there because of the fact that he was down to the inside and onto the grass. So that is the reason that was able to stay clean and green here for the moment.
I was about to say, we stumbled over each other in the booth. They stumbled over each other on the track, and the result is, unfortunately, Bryce Roberts is way out of contention. Having pitted, as we get the replay, having pitted beforehand, he probably was going to play it the long way. But unfortunately, the 047, as you can see, tried to take the run. Then there just really wasn't any room for that.
No, certainly not. Well, the best he can hope for is another caution that ideally he doesn't cause. Keeping an eye on the low line now. We're at the point in this stint where we start to see the low line getting a little faster again. Austin O'Neill towing along, Miles Crabb, Brian Bennett, Nathan Dowd. This is oh man, every single time they get to the straights, I'm wondering, are they going to be able to get the momentum? Can they keep the momentum? But the nature of the car's aero, the side draft not being as effective as it used to be, is just not playing into their hands right now.
Are we just going to hold the door for each other? Okay. Sorry.
We're doing the same thing. We were worried about it that way. We weren't sure who was talking.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I've stopped. Oh, Shaughnessy. Shaughnessy off. Can he merge back on safely? Yes, he can, but everyone's got more momentum behind him.
Here's the crash.
Contact. There we go. The big one.
Again, that's the second one of the day. I didn't see what exactly happened, but as you can see, it has collected a ton of cars at this particular point. Was that a shove gone wrong, or was that an incident of Shaughnessy trying to get back up on the track in front of everybody?
I think that was Shaughnessy trying to come back up onto the track. That's what it looked like to me, at any rate, that was the problem that we saw.
Okay, so it all started with Shaughnessy getting a little tap coming off turn 2 from Chris Wilhite. And Shaughnessy managed to make it back out onto the track cleanly. But unfortunately, it looks to me as though Miles Crabb tried to make it 4 wide and take advantage with Austin O'Neill going down to the bottom. You'll see it here. Look at the blue car of Crabb. He goes in and now there's no space.
Yeah, it really was just a situation there with Shaughnessy coming back onto the track there. It funneled all of those drivers 4 wide there as they were, and that's exactly what we saw happening there as everybody just kind of came together in that running.
That's a shame. That's yet more drivers who were easily contenders for the top 3, maybe even the win, taken out. Looked like Christian Challoner was trying to take avoiding action there too. I don't know if Challoner's gotten damage either, but we'll have a look at Gav Barber's on board here. You see that Shaughnessy goes off there, and there's a bit of a checkup. And then back onto the track. In goes Miles Crab in the 31, and then whoops-a-daisy.
That's a lot of little hits to that car at this particular point, but not a whole lot of overall damage. Oh, never mind.
Until the very end, yeah.
That's the thing with big ones like that, where it's a lot of cars compounding together and then explosively coming off of each other. Just there's no way to control those cars once they're sideways like that, especially going up and down the banking. If a tire loses grip or falls off entirely, as we've seen in the past, just, you know, nothing you could really do in those situations except try to aim for the hole and hope for the best.
Yeah, this is the issue with these big, heavy stock cars running at speeds like this. You don't have much time to react, and the car can be slow to respond. So Crab sees the gap, but then it rapidly gets too narrow. And, well, Crab got away with it in terms of position, but I don't know if there's going to be a penalty of some kind levied towards him post-race for that. I would hazard a guess that a lot of drivers are quite unhappy with how that turned out.
Yeah, got to imagine that's not going to be great for them here at this point. They're probably going to be pretty upset about that, but we'll have to see what exactly will play itself out as things go around. Right now, it is going to be Crab up in the lead of the race, so he will control the restart here as they go. Looks like there's going to be a very damaged couple of cars directly behind him, though.
Yeah, so who is best placed right now to go for victory here? We do see drivers making moves towards pit lane, but how many of these are fake outs? Looks like Wesley Holland going in, Justin Morton, Robert Mattis, and Denver Lee Tergerson. Those are all cars a lap down or more. So everyone who managed to escape the worst of the incident now, I would guess, are going to stay out. They've only yeah, sorry guys. I was a bit distracted and not looking at my timing. Didn't realize that pretty much everyone had gone into the pits.
The only car that stayed out this particular game was Miles Crab, which I'm a little bit surprised at, because yes, those are some small hits that he took and he got away from the wreck. But at the same time, that still keeps a lot of cars pinned down. And at this particular stage, with as many wrecks as we have, I would want as many friends as I could get to come back onto the lead lap to try to take on this trio that's been dominating this event so far.
Yeah, I would too. This is a very intriguing race, and by the time we get back to green flag, we'll have a quarter of the race left to run.
Well, my question here at this point is going to be Shaughnessy up at the front. How much of a jump is he going to be able to get on the rest of the field, and how much time is it going to take for Wilson and Wilhite to link back up with him? Because remember, Wilhite in the the 995 of Wilson is down on the low end here, so he's going to be in a position where he's going to be able to push a little bit more, and he's going to have to try to get back up on the high side and link up with those two Ryko teammates.
I would think at a minimum that they're going to try to leave Crab out to dry at some point, even though Crab controls the restart.
Well, we'll find out in just a few moments. Entering the restart zone, the green flag flies, and we are away. That is a good jump there from Alan Wilson, but he can't make the move just yet. Here comes the momentum building up from the high line. Does Wilson decide to move up? Well, he can't do it right now. Everyone's just too close together, but he is pushing Miles Crab, and that's probably the best start I've seen from the low line in a long time, DJ.
Yeah, they're going to be up into the lead here at this point. Miles Crab holding on to it, so that's good running for him. He's got to be pretty pleased with that performance.
Oh, there we go.
Let's
As
see.
we go.
There's the move.
Nicely done. And they are back together. Those three drivers that have dominated this race so far, and they're already bumping and banging each other into the lead. Miles Crab hung out to dry on the low line with Nathan Dowd doing his best to help him out, but there's nothing they can do against the might of those three Mustangs.
And unfortunately, there was not a whole lot that Miles Crab could do right there with the car directly on his bumper. Technically, yes, he would want to try to keep that car behind him as long as possible, but there's a certain point where, yes, you can lift off, but that car is just going to send you off into the grass, and then you would be back into the same situation just without Miles Crab.
Yeah, very true. Interesting stuff there between the Ryko teammates. We see that Shaughnessy is, oh, all right, a little bit of a tap from behind from Chris Wilhite, but again, I'm seeing Shaughnessy just poke his nose out through the corners. Maybe he's still having some overheating issues.
Yeah, maybe could be. Maybe just trying to get a little bit of a better run. I'm not entirely sure what the difference is there for him. I mean, he's just been running under caution conditions, so it shouldn't be a situation, at least I wouldn't think it would be a situation where he was going to be in a spot where he'd need to be worrying about oil temperature or water temperature, but clearly continues to poke his nose to the inside.
I think he's just trying to keep that bubble as close as he can to the car in front. Obviously, these cars are very strong together, so they're just going to try to see if they can get broken away by themselves to where they can have some control in the final laps. Still got one pit stop left to go, I would think.
Yeah, for the majority of the field, they're only going to be visiting the pits one more time. And Nathan Medina is still in it as well. He's fourth in line up the top, and now fourth place in terms of position too, as Miles Crab is now dropping and taking the rest of the low line with him down the back straight. They'll gain back a little advantage through the turns, but there's not going to be much to do the moment they turn their wheels straight on. At the end of this all, we should also expect Miles Crab to make his way into the pits in about 16 laps time, or thereabouts. He's on the 25th lap of his fuel stint right now. Would have saved a bit under caution to get the lead there, but we are expecting him to potentially make a green flag pit stop sometime soon. That is, of course, assuming that things stay green, because it seems like the frequency of cautions has just been rising, DJ.
Yeah, and that's not unexpected here at this point. The more cautions we get, or the closer we get to the end, the more cautions I think we're going to continue to see here at this point. It's just a matter of time after time that we're going to see this happening again and again. Cautions breed cautions. It's the old adage when we talk about NASCAR racing. It's the old adage when we talk about racing on such circuits like this. It is just going to keep happening here as time goes along.
There's the bumping and banging again from the top three. Top two now, as there's another run happening for the low line. Miles Crab is, oh, he's pushing hard, isn't he? Gets pinched a little bit. And he's going to lose out. But it seems like the run for the low line is happening a bit sooner now than it has on previous restarts, Lynn.
It has. The big danger at the moment, besides the side drafting that is now getting more and more aggressive, the car of Tom Abramitis is directly in front of him. He takes the smart approach and dives to the apron. That's about a 30-mile-an-hour difference. Abramitis decides to slow way down to make sure that this pack can get around him safely. Really heads up this driving at this particular point to make sure that he doesn't put anybody else into a bad spot. That does allow the top three to break away a little bit, but as you saw before the Abramitis moment, the outside line has been moving down onto the inside whenever they get close to the front. So I expect it to get a little more aggressive, and eventually there's going to be a meeting of the minds in the middle, and nobody's going to be happy when that happens.
No, yeah, that's not going to be good at all. But for now, we keep our eyes trained on this pack as the top three are struggling to keep their temperatures down. Worth noting as well that Abramadis, who was down on the apron, has not used his spare car yet. So he's probably just coming back around to get more repairs done. And I don't know, is it worth just throwing up the white flag and taking your spare car at this point if you're Tom Abramadis? What else do you have to lose at this point? Oh, I mean, I've just been corrected. Abramadis used the spare car under the last caution, so considering the damage he's got, yeah.
Yeah, because he's missing a front clip at this particular point, and so that's a big parachute that he's got on the front nose of his car. So DJ, what if you're anybody that's not in this top three? What can you do? Can you find a friend at this particular point?
Yeah, you've got to start talking to people. You've got to start getting that back and forth here a little bit, talking to more and more folks, trying to get on the radio, see if you can find a friend. But I've got to be honest with you, I don't know if there's a way to get by these top three of Wilson, Shaughnessy, and Wilhite. They have been the dominant force out here today. It's really just a matter and a question of if they are going to be able to have a challenger. I mean, I don't see anybody that looks like they will, so I'm not sure if they're going to have anybody.
I mean, the only thing we haven't tried yet is lining everybody else up on a different lane, because at the same time, while these cars have been very dominant by themselves, there's an opportunity to be had in gaining points in the championship, just staying behind them right here, Reese. So we got to it's going to come down to how this last pit stop cycles.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to that. Great run for the lower line through turns 3 and 4. I think the big question as well is that final pit stop. Will it happen under caution, or will it happen under green flag conditions? I think the trend tells me that it may happen under caution, but it's equally as likely that we get it under a green flag, and that could potentially spread the whole field out.
Yeah, you're not incorrect. I mean, if we get this under those conditions, it very well could change things around in the way that we perceive this race. It's going to be a question here at this point of, I think, what will happen, how this will happen, and what we're going to see from these drivers. We don't know how this is going to shake itself out. We don't know what it will be. If this happens under green conditions, things could change around. The one thing to consider, and this is a note here from our producer, Jay Kennedy. Jay just brought up the fact, if it stays green, are the three that have been leading going to have to come in a little bit earlier because of a fuel stop strategy?
Yeah, very good point. They'll be up the front there. They'll be pushing each other hard. They'll be using more fuel than everyone else. So they'll obviously run empty a little bit sooner. And how's that going to affect how they approach the final stint? That is the big question. We're also expecting Miles Crabb to come in for a pit stop in about 10 laps time, as actually Crabb has now fallen behind Brian Bennett in the low line. So maybe he thinks, oh, it's time for me to eke out an extra lap or so if I can in the draft of another car. The question 2 that Jay has raised: do you take extra fuel in case there's green-white checkers at the end?
Oh, that's the real debate here at this point. I mean, I would have to think your gut instinct says yes, you're going to want to, but do you take that risk? I mean, with what we've seen, and as aggressive as this is starting to get, I don't think there's a world in which we don't go to a green-white checker situation, but my goodness, 39 laps to go. Raise the stakes here. Things are getting antsy at the front of the field.
Yeah, they are. You saw how low the high line cut down there on the exit of turn 4. And I think now with Miles Crabb pushing Brian Bennett, the low line is having a proper go of it. I have noticed the bumping and barging that our race-long top three have been doing up the top is starting to fray at the edges. There's been a couple of occasions in the last few laps where I've seen them get into each other a little bit too hard, and that's created an accordion effect down the rest of the top line. So it's not over yet, even if you're running down low.
And even then, being able to get off of the quarter the same way that they have lap after lap, if they mess that up one particular point, you saw Bennett was able to get right out there with his nose, not quite able to lead that lap. But going back to the point of needing fuel, I think the window just opened up for fueling up to go to the end exactly. They only need about 8 gallons left, and these next gens take a 20-gallon fuel cell. You can fill up to get to the end, but as you say, with the green-white checkers, you're going to want about 2.5 to 3 gallons extra for both of those attempts to get about a total of 10 laps extra.
Right. So let all of that information sink in. Draw your own conclusions. Let's see who ends up being correct at the end. For now, 35 laps completed for Miles Crabb here in the number 31. I would expect him into the lane in the next 5 laps, if that. And speaking of, I think you raised the point as well, Lynn. We are at 35 and a half laps to go. So Miles Crabb only has to pit one more time. But then again, he faces that dilemma. Does he stay in the pits an extra half a second or so for that extra gallon or two for the green-white checkered?
And of course, the key thing is he's the only one that has a hard time limit of needing to pit with that since he stayed out. Everybody else can sort of kind of come at their leisure. So it's going to be a question of, yes, that previous incident was a mess, but at the same time, Crabb had a big hand in it, and I don't know if anybody's going to want to be his friend after this.
No. Got to consider that. If you're the driver that causes the big caution, the big one, and suddenly you're in contention for the win, everybody's probably going to race you a little bit more aggressively. As they feel you may not have earned the right to that. And, it's always difficult as a slower, laps down car carrying heavy damage when you've got the entire field coming through on you. Poor Tom Abramatis. It would have been white-knuckle gripping that steering wheel there.
But
yeah,
again,
certainly would have.
Again, it's this 983 Deverly Turkison has thrown the car up the middle as a lap down car. This is a little bit sketchy back here. I wouldn't be surprised if this ends in disaster.
Yeah, keep an eye out on Turkison. Up alongside Wesley Holland, and there we go. You called it, Len.
In this case, I hate it when I'm right.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, that's involved Scott Kukas, Bryce Roberts, Justin Morton, James Jones. That's such a shame. That has brought the caution out, and that pretty much guarantees that Miles Crabb is going to make his way into the field, but I think literally everyone else is going to come in with him too.
Yeah, there's no reason not to at this point. I mean, this gets you to the end, minus green-white checker attempts. Yeah, there you see it, the 44 laps down there at that point. I don't like that call at all for Denverly Ferguson.
Once again, best to back out, best to wait until the straight. If you're trying to make it 3 wide in a turn, then there's only one way it's going to go. Daytona isn't the widest of super speedways, so you really got to play your cards right when you're in the pack.
As you say, this place is narrow. It's about as wide as the A1A when you consider the safer barrier, but as we've been looking at these replays, I get wanting to try to race your way back onto the lead lap, but I don't know if that was ever going to work out.
No, I don't think it was. I mean, you've really got to you've got to be confident in your judgment, and you've got to turn early. I think a big part of the problem there was that Turgison started turning for for the corner too late. And when you're in the middle of a draft pack, you got to be aware of how that affects the handling of your car. So maybe just tip the car in a little early, and he might have been able to make his way past. But again, I think the better solution would have been to just back out of it.
Yeah, I fully agree with you there on that one, Reese. Just back out, hold out a little bit more, let it play, and let the race come to you. We still have plenty of time left to go here in this running. Interesting here, Ryan Steele opting to stay out on the track. He pitted on lap 147. Not entirely sure if I understand that strategy, but an interesting call nonetheless.
It's certainly a call. With the cautions, he could make it to the end on fuel, but he's going to be in a bit of a pickle if we go to a green-white checker well beyond lap 200. And also, I mean, the Steele has been reliably able to keep it up at the front. This might be the first time he'd be able to lead a lap, so we'll have to see as this field mixes up if he can find himself a couple of friends to take on the trio.
And
the other thing to keep in mind, sorry, Reese. The other thing to keep in mind with one lead lap car staying out, he's in right next to the pace car. That's still keeping a lot of cars pinned a lap down. Hutchison, I believe, got the lucky dog most recently, so he's gonna have an opportunity to get back on the lead lap. But in the meantime, again, lots of good cars are being held back, I think, in this particular point.
Yeah, certainly making things interesting for those of us who have grown used to a certain hierarchy in the Majors series and seeing the same drivers finish in the top 10 all the time. It's always interesting in a race like this when you have problems like that for drivers you'd usually expect to be up the front, and landing yourself in a situation where you could see an outsider make their way into victory lane. Well, the lights are off on the pace car now. We're going green again at the end of this lap. And it looks like a couple of lapped cars being requested to fall to the back of the line. It's Wesley Holland and Robert Mattis who have gone down to the apron there. They will go to the end of the line and fall back into formation shortly, but now it's Ryan Steele who's going to be leading us away. Lawrence Shaughnessy, Nathan Medina, and Alan Wilson, along with Brian Bennett, are your current top 5. Chris Wilhite having a slightly longer pit stop than Lawrence Shaughnessy. Alan Wilson was also about a 10.5 second stop versus Lawrence Shaughnessy's 7.3 seconds. Nathan Medina, though, 7.3 seconds, 7.7 rather on my timing. He's still an option here. Evolve Sim Sports are still in this. They don't have as many cars involved as they used to. The full team tandem drafting is a thing of the past now. But maybe, just maybe, Nathan Medina is in a position where he can take victory for Evolve. He just has to negotiate past the Ryko cars, Ryan Steele. Everyone in the top 5 right now is easily in contention for the win. Extend that even to the top 8. Christian Challoner has managed to find his way back into the top 10 as well as the pace car comes back in. Let's see who comes away with this with 31 laps to go here at Daytona. Will we see another caution? Will we see a green-white checkered? That is the question. What isn't in question is Ryan Steele moving to the top, and he will get pushed by Shaughnessy and Wilson right away. Meanwhile, Chris Wilhite has not had the best of starts. He's actually losing momentum versus Challoner. He's going to have to get up to speed and try and push him and Shane Vickery. Nathan Medina, meanwhile, low down. So Vickery is now the big hope for Evolve as Challoner moves right to the inside. Look at the closing speed here for Chris Wilhite. He lifts off instantly. And there goes the low line. Challenger leading the way down there with Medina hot in pursuit. Oh, look at that. Oh, they're really pushing it now, aren't they? The aggression has gone way up, DJ.
Yeah, can you tell that we're 29 laps to go here at this point? Everybody pushing with everything that they've got to try to see if they're able to get anything into position here. This is go time for all of these drivers.
Medina wiggling a little bit in the draft of Challenger. And look at how low the high line is cutting now. They're not running up against the wall anymore.
And the key thing is that trio that's been dominating the race so far all this time is currently a duo. There's a gap between the two in front, Shaughnessy and Wilson. There's a car behind us. Oh, they drop kicked Ryan Steele out of that. I was very surprised at that move, but not unexpected as the skill they've shown so far.
Yeah, big problem for Steele, and he will drop like a stone down the field. That's a shame for him, but hey, there's also the option for him to stay in the slipstream behind everyone else, save a bit of fuel, and maybe that will ensure that if we get green-white checkers, we'll be able to see Steele back in contention. But for the time being, the inside line is looking great. Just as I say that, the outside line is back in. Nathan Medina moves up, and oh, there goes Shaughnessy into the wall.
Shaughnessy up into the wall, but he's going to continue on. No yellow out on the track quite yet.
Oh, his engine's gone. His engine's gone. He's going to have to get down to the apron and avoid slowing down too much. Otherwise, we're going to get another caution.
I don't know if he's going to get room. That right front is looking very worn. It's got the front clip. There's kind of sitting underneath it.
He's safe.
He manages to get there in time. That changes the dynamic of the race entirely. The trio is permanently a duo.
It is indeed, and right now, none of them have the advantage. Look at the way the low line is working. Challenger has dodged so much in this race. He finds himself in the lead. Brian Bennett and Nathan Dowd are your top three.
Of course he does. Of course Christian Challenger is back up into the lead of this race. My goodness gracious. Absolutely brilliant. Ooh, a little bit of a rough bump there from Bennett is trickling down through the rest of the field. That almost got a little bit hairy, but able to keep it together.
Yeah, a little bump and a whack and a bonk on the way down into the tri-oval. Man, the high line has fallen off. I can't believe I'm seeing it, but the high line does not have the advantage it used to have.
When you have those three cars that are perfectly in sync with each other, able to run away by themselves on a pit sequence, not leaving that line anymore, now it's anybody's game. We have no data on who's going to come out on top of this. As you say, DJ, Challenger's up front. Again, we get Shaughnessy coming back to the pack, having taken the spare car. There's an opportunity for him to at least get back and team up with his friends again, but he's not going to be in contention for the win at this particular point.
Another lapped car. Ooh. Yeah, that's Shaughnessy. He's gotten his spare car. He's back out on track. And everyone makes their way past him as Turgerson takes a stop.
Just looking now, he doesn't quite get a hold of the main draft as it stands, but he's able to hang by himself in a little bit of a three-wide situation. He might get himself in trouble again if they keep side drafting each other back there. But that's it. Now you're gonna have to reshape this race entirely. Now you have to find new friends because it seems like Challenger and Brian Bennett are the strong duo at this particular time.
Yeah, they're doing so well down on the bottom, aren't they? Dragging everybody along. I feel for the likes of Nathan Medina in this situation, because remember, Medina was one of the cars that was sticking to the inside all race long early on. Now he's on the high line where he would have had the advantage early on in the race, and now that advantage is almost gone.
Yeah, it's completely lost momentum here, and that's probably part of the oval refresh that iRacing has done here recently. Let's not forget that they put through the oval refresh, changing the way that the lines will develop over the course of a race. Now, of course, as soon as we say that, Medina's starting to pick up a little bit of speed on that outside lane.
All right, may the top line be coming back here, Lynn. Let's see.
The key thing right there, they got more cars back. For a little bit, they were the smallest line by far, but now it's pretty much even in strength. They still have the duo up there with them. To Evolve, to Raiko. It's going to be a very potent combination, and that's going to choke off any opportunity for the inside line to make any shenanigans.
Here we go now. They draw alongside. Out of the tri-oval into turn 1. And it looks like the momentum has been built for the high line, but the low line is not out of this. Certainly not. It looks like, if anything, it's following the opposite trend of what we've seen on almost every other restart, as Medina has to lift out. First, it was the high line getting the advantage, the low line getting swamped. And now it's the other way around. If you're on the low line, you are in the box seat, and the high line has to work a lot harder.
Yeah, exactly. That high lane just needs more momentum here at this point. They need more cars to join up with them to try to keep that together. They're going to come to the line with 20 to go, and I don't like this movement that I'm seeing here out of Nathan Medina. He is really slippery on the front bumper there of Alan Wilson III.
Yeah, it looks like Medina's not very comfortable leading the pack here on the high line. I don't know if that's the evolution of the car setup or what, but... And it is... Oh, there we go! No!
Just gets taken out right there. That was a bump gone wrong. No caution because he's not sideways. That takes out one more Evolve car. I don't... And that's also splintered the main group heavily in favor of the remainder. There's a 5-6 car breakaway at this particular point. If we get a replay up here, I think we can find out exactly what happened at that particular moment.
That's heartbreaking for Medina, DJ. He was fighting so hard to keep himself in contention there, and unfortunately, just as you said, a bit slippery on the front bumper, and ultimately losing control with a tap at the wrong time.
Yeah, just a tap at the wrong time. It just looked like he and Alan Wilson III never really got on the same page in terms of getting that bump draft correct. They've got to be a little bit careful here. Ken Leong not looking like he's exactly hooked up to the back. He's a little bit slippery. But let's take a look at the replay. The 6 and the 33. There's the bump, and there's another one coming through the corner. Just a little bit of a love tap, and then tries to get it back together. You see him just trying to make that hook, and almost looked like the 33 tried to go down into the inside.
Yeah, I don't know. It's often difficult to tell exactly what the car behavior is in situations like that. You know, at what point was the contact made? Was Medina already turning when he went down there? But yeah, it's all much of a muchness in the end.
But at the same time, there is not a whole lot you can do if the guy hits you at the left rear quarter panel. That is probably the worst spot to be hit, not just in general, but also in the corners. You unload that left rear suspension, and you're going to have very little control in a short order.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're almost coming up to 15 laps to go here. And then the question moves to, will the aggression spike up to the point that we get a green-white checkered in the last 5 laps or so? For now, it looks like this group is content to just sit and wait, but it'll probably get explosive in about 10 laps time, DJ.
Yeah, it's going to start really moving here in a little bit. 17 laps to go. I've got the sense that they want to try to build the gap over Alan Wilson III in the rest of that field, try to build that as much as possible, and then get themselves into position to absolutely fight tooth and nail when this gets up to the end.
To your point, DJ, the last lap for the front group is when in the 46-1s, the chase number 1 group led by Wilson III is only in the 46-5s. The other thing to consider, Reese, we have a couple of Sector 5 cars right behind Christian Challenger. I know we've been harping season in, season out about how great Challenger is, but I got to point it out. Sector 5, part of the remnants of the longtime Alliance team, haven't been necessarily up at the front in a while. This is probably their best opportunity to swipe a win in a very long time.
Yeah, very good point. And I reckon that Bennett and Dowd, they'll be in very close communication with each other about what to do here. Because Christian Challenger right now is on his own in a team sense out the front there. No other mega cars within quite some distance. So he won't have anyone to help him if the Sector 5 cars decide to go on the attack.
Yeah, and
for now, though, I think they're just biding their time. Sorry, DJ.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. They're biding their time here at this point, but they are waiting for this moment to absolutely strike, holding in line. And when those two move up to the high side, it's going to be a question to see who decides to move up with them.
Yeah, DJ, in a lot of ways, this is like old super speedway races where it's Dale Earnhardt Jr. by himself out in front, and you got a couple of cars behind. Yes, you can make a run on him, but is everybody else going to follow the Pied Piper?
Yeah, that's the risk that you take. If you decide to go for a move, if you decide to stick your nose out, there's every chance that you're going to be alone in that. Or maybe it's just going to be you and your teammate and no one else will come out to try and help you. It's a 50-50 decision, and you just got to trust.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to have trust not only in your teammates, but you've got to have trust in those around you. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see that move until this area of the track on the last lap. That's where we could be talking about. But 14 laps to go here at this point. Everything's starting to work their way on in.
Yeah, I'm amazed that the the 2/3 of the top 3 that had been in the lead for so long, Wilson and Wilhite, they are nowhere to be seen now in this pack. Wilson is down in 8th, Wilhite is in 11th. It's amazing how much the face of a race can change in just a few short moments. Speaking of, here they are.
And the key thing is, they're only about 3 seconds back, so any kind of bubble from this front group, if they go double file at any point, that's an opportunity for this group right here that's still very quick to be able to catch right back up. So as you said, DJ, I think the move is going to be late. Not hopefully too late to make anything happen, but definitely not too early to give these guys a chance to catch up.
We see also temperatures starting to become a factor here, with Brian Bennett sticking his nose out on Challenger in the corners. Close behind in the straights. It's interesting to see that Challenger is not sticking 100% to the inside of the corners here. He's leaving about half a car width or so of a gap to the double yellow line. I mean, I'm sure he knows that that they're not going to try and bump him out of the way and go for the move. But yeah, I'm interested to see that. Maybe he's just trying to keep the wheel a little straighter, preserve a little more speed.
Yeah, it's a velocity thing. You could run it a half a lane up like this right here. You keep your speed a little bit up, and that also gives the guy behind a chance to stay a little bit cool, because it's gonna be very close, DJ, at this particular point.
Yeah, it's going to be very close indeed here as they start to run, and it's just a waiting game. Like we said, everybody holding out that gap to the second pack here, holding on at about 4.5 seconds, so it looks like they're not going to be in a position to really challenge. They've got to hope for a yellow flag. That is their only way to be able to get themselves forward.
Something happened to that chase group that's split into two now, and they've both fallen off rapidly.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. I'm going to run it back on my end and see what happened. Oh, there was actually a bit of an issue there. Looks like Chris Wilhite actually got tagged by Shane Vickery on the back stretch. So here it is on the bottom. So Alan Wilson, when they come to the back stretch, tried to move down. He's giving his teammate a bit of draft. Shane Vickery's still there on the inside. Wilhite tries to follow Wilson down and almost gets turned completely for his troubles.
DJ, that reminds me of IROC many years ago. I think it was Dale Earnhardt and was it Eddie Cheever had a similar incident going into turn one?
I believe it was indeed. Great memory on that, my friend. You got me on that one. I had to cast back in it when you were thinking about it, and you started to describe it, and I could picture it in my mind. But yeah, that's exactly what happened.
I don't know. I remember watching that video a couple of weeks back, and it was like, I wonder what happened in the garage after that race, because you don't tug on Superman's cape like that, you know?
No.
Oh, Lordy. Well, we're inside 10 laps to go, guys. And 8 to go in specific. So now's about the time where the aggression's going to start to ramp up. Look at the bumping that's happening from the Sector 5 cars on Christian Challoner. Christian knows that he is a sitting duck on the final lap if they keep this up.
Yeah, and he's got to start to be worrying about blocking. The minute he sees Bennett start to poke his nose one way or the other, he is going to have to immediately try to move up the track to prevent that run as much as possible. And I think here for Ken Leung and the rest of these drivers, they're going to have to pick a lane. There may be calamity in front, and they're going to have to figure out their way on by.
Yeah, they'll all have to be ready to make those split-second decisions. Assess the situation. How much space do I have up top? Which way are they going to go if they spin?
As we look in the back, this is the new-ish Chase 1 group forming from the remnants of 1, 2, and 3, led by Robert Northway in the 943. Although it looks like Shaughnessy, as a lap down, is trying to get in front. But this is going to be a really good points result overall, I think, for these cars right here, especially after all of the trouble that they've had early on.
And there's only so much they'll be able to do. These guys will be hoping for a green-white checker so they can catch up to the rest of the field and have another proper run at it. Very unfortunate to see the Evolve team running outside the top 10 now. But replay of Alan Wilson. Oh, wow. Okay. He does save it. That was very well held, but unfortunately that's brought him completely out of the running for now.
Yeah, just looks like it was a push that went wrong between those two cars. Fortunately enough, they have the skill to keep it going, and we're going to have an opportunity for a great finish right here. But we have a move. We have a move.
We do.
Yes,
we do. Ken Leung
losing
to the
them
top.
time.
Yeah. Oh, no. Ken Leung and Miles Crabb thought they could do it. They have Jerry Isaacs and Nathan Medina for company, but a little bit of a slide for one of them. I saw a trace of smoke. They thought they could do it, but it's not working. The high line is still not there yet. And Austin O'Neill, look at the run he's getting on the inside. He's got the slipstream of the top 3.
But the key thing, those top 3, they're getting away. This is the last thing that this group in 5 behind wants to have happen, because 2 against 1, I would take my money on the 2 here.
Yeah, true. Well, it's going to be 2 against 1 here with Austin O'Neill now in the midst of it. He managed to catch the slipstream, and Medina follows him, and they all fall back into line.
All fall back into line. What we thought was going to be an exciting thing here as they go, that come out to naught here. They're going to cross the line here. 3 laps to go.
If a caution happens at any time before the white flag, it will be a green-white checkered. And remember, we have 2 of them in reserve if we need to use them. That's a big bump there on Challoner from Bennett. They're starting to ramp things up now. The Sector 5 cars working together beautifully. They are the only real duo in this entire pack. Everyone else is on their own with no teammates to help them. It's another outside line run from Ken Leung and Miles Crabb. Can Jerry Isaacs help them to make a move towards the front? It looks like they do have a tiny bit of momentum, but the moment they get to a corner, that's where the inside line is going to have the advantage. Look at the run.
Oh, here it comes, here it comes. They've got a big push. The 31 giving a big shove. Miles Crabb trying to push him up to the lead. Ken Leung could be in for a good run here.
All right, reset, turn left. Get ready again. Crabb is bumping Leung through the turns. That's not going to work out.
That's going to be disaster, but that's going to be probably the one opportunity these Sector 5 cars are going to have. They're going to be able to get away ever so slightly. 1 lap to go at this race.
White flag
and that means that
at
it will
Daytona.
finish.
Yeah, we are guaranteed a finish here. So let's see what the Sector 5 cars have in store. They can't move up top because Leung and Crabb are up there. This is going to be interesting. A little bit of a bump there. Some tiny momentum loss there on the exit of turn 2. Miles Crabb still pushing Ken Leung to potential victory. Christian Challoner has a car length in hand as they enter turns 3 and 4, and the Sector 5 cars are dropping off. It's now battle for the top 3. What the hell just happened to Challoner?
Did he lose a tire on that? They are still crashing last lap.
Oh my God.
I think Challoner had a tire go down in the very last corner. That is an unusual moment on the last lap.
What?
I don't have any words. Like, what just happened?
Yeah, it's a tire. I think that's a tire for Challoner as he tried to get on the binders. The car was a little bit squirrely, and that means Miles Crabb will win this race.
Amazing. Watch this. Challoner just immediately, out of nowhere, boop, done. That was the front left. Front right, sorry.
I mean, that would make sense. That would be the tire that takes the biggest beating there. And look at the run. The Mad Sim Racing driver, Miles Crabb, taking victory over Jerry Isaac and Austin O'Neill.
Wow. Okay. I mean, I knew that Miles Crabb would be in contention. He had a bit of a tumultuous race, especially being involved in the 4 wide that brought out one of the last cautions, but I did not expect him to be coming away with the victory like that. What a finish.
I don't think anybody expected that. You would expect a car like Christian Challoner to be perfectly maintained at all points in this race, but at the very last possible moment, the car fails him and crashes. Still finishes 4th, but you have to think what could have been if the tire had just held together.
Okay, so like from the outside, it looked like a tire blowout, but questions are being raised that he could have run out of fuel. But I think like if you run out of fuel and the car suddenly stops, you know, increasing in speed, the last thing you would do is straighten out the wheel and go up the top into the wall. Let's listen in.
Just watch this gauge It, you know, I don't hear that typical sputter that you would hear if you're running out
No.
of fuel. I just think that tire went down. Yeah, if the tire goes down, that's a sudden shift in RPMs. That will just absolutely put you in the fence. So, I don't know.
Well, in any case, we should go through these results and then ask the drivers what on earth went on out there. What a finish here at Daytona for round 2 of the Majors Series. Miles Crabb, Jerry Isaacs, and Austin O'Neill are your podium. Challoner still comes home in 4th after the crash that was caused by that little mishap. Chris Wilhite is going to come home in 5th place at the end of all of that. Robert Northway up into 6th after starting 33rd. It all turned around for him in the final laps. Same for Greg McEnany as well. 31st place start, 7th place finish. Kevin Hill will finish in 8th with Nathan Dowd in 9th. And remember, Dowd was potentially in contention for the win there, with Jordan Bazugli finishing in the top 10. And he was one of the guys that we thought was truly out.
Yeah, we did indeed. As we work our way back through the order, it was Brian Bennett in 11th for Sector 5, then Ken Leong there. Those two drivers having that problem as a result of that incident that we saw. Alan Wilson could only manage 13th, finishing farther down in the order in the leader of that second pack. Then it was Shane Vickery, the last driver to finish on the lead lap. Nathan Medina was 15th, Lawrence Shaughnessy 16th after some of the incidents we saw there for him. Justin Morton 1 lap down, as was Wayne Hutchinson, Ryan Steele, and James Jones.
Looking on to page number 3, here's a lot of drivers that had a lot more than just mayhem happening to them. Dallas Pataska in 21st, Wesley Holland 22nd, Tom Rayburmitis in 23rd. That is a massive hit to the Mega team's points total. Lyndon Swaby in 24th, Jimbo Pfeiffer 25th, Robert Mattis 26th, Bryce Roberts manages to limp home in 27th, followed by Scott Kukas, Andrew Costa, and Stephen Verwain. With one more page of results, we have Denver Lee Turgeson, Joshua Mertz, Gavin Barber, Mike Wagner, David Gargano Jr., and William Fletcher retiring very early on after missing the initial start.
Well, that's your field, and we keep our eyes trained on the number 31. I just tried to drag Miles Crabb in, but he left. Unfortunately, so we're not going to get a chance to talk to him, I don't think.
I noticed he just climbed back in his car and has taken it for a little bit of a joyride. So, if the Speedway 500 last year race was the best finish, was this the most bizarre that we've ever had?
I think so.
Without question.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you want to think about like other races that I've commentated, surely, you know, V8 Scops Bathurst 1000 has had some very bizarre last few laps, but I think this one absolutely takes the cake for me. Speaking of, here's Miles Crabb in the pit box with us now. And congratulations on your victory, Miles. That was certainly an interesting finish from our perspective. What about you?
Oh, it was really interesting. First of all, I've got to thank Cody Richardson. He put way too many hours in making the setup as good as it was, and all the other Mad Sim guys. Ken was going to win that race. Like, I was going to push him until either the engine blew up or he won. And I guess hearing from talking after the race, Challoner ran out of fuel, and that threw the cat amongst the pigeons. So I got to thank all of them. Jerry Isaacs, who finished second, we got a 1-2. Ken was doing an awesome job. Andrew had some internet issues and some bad luck. So, and also the thin line guys, we tried to get about 7 cars in the top split, and we didn't quite get it done. But this is amazing. I'm going to try to say this without breaking up, but the last time I was interviewed by you guys, I think it was the only one that got interviewed because unfortunately everybody else was in England, was the Indy 500 or the Speedway 500 from last year when me and Abate tied for second. While I was giving that interview, my phone blew up from my dad, who stayed up till like midnight or whatever time it was, and he passed away 2 weeks before Christmas, and he I kind of wish he was here now, but you know what? I won this thing, and this was for my dad, and I'm sorry I'm breaking up, but
Okay,
my
Miles.
phone's blowing up right now. But thank y'all for broadcasting. Y'all do an excellent job. Thank you to everybody who puts this on, and thank y'all.
I'm going to digress with you on that, Miles. I think he was right there with you in the passenger seat. He was watching out for you, buddy.
Yeah, I would hope so. You know, yeah, because he'd be losing his mind right now.
Yeah, certainly. Well, thank you very much, Miles. We'll let you take a moment, and thank you very much for joining and for sharing that with us. We really appreciate it, and enjoy your victory.
And well, Mom's watching, so hi, Mom. And I don't know if she's still at the hospital, but we welcomed, my sister welcomed her first child, Georgie. So hi, Kim. Hi, Justin. Hey, Georgie. Holy crap, I won this thing.
That you did, Miles. Big congratulations to you. That's Miles Crabb, winner of the Majors Daytona 500 for 2024. And DJ, it looks like we've also got third place finisher Austin O'Neill in here with us too.
Austin, a good run there for you really all day. It looked like you were up in the midst of it, but I want to start at the end. Talk me through what was a very chaotic last lap.
Yeah, I just finally got a chance to go back and look at the replay of it, and the last 10 laps I was trying to think of a plan of how I could get a big run built up on the last lap and have a shot off of 4, but not put myself in jeopardy of being turned. And it was kind of going to plan on the last lap. I didn't really have anything put together, and I really thought it was all over because I got side drafted pretty hard into 3, and I just felt my run stall out, and I'm like, all right, well, I tried, it's over. I'll settle for something outside the top 5, and just in an instant, I seen the car turn in front of me, and first reaction was just to get down the apron, and I made it to the wreck, and I was trying to look up to the right to see if anybody I could recognize, if there was anybody in front of me, and I really thought I was, in the lead, but I'll settle for a third after that chaotic finish, and I was turned around backwards in the backstretch with probably 50 or so laps to go, and I really thought my race was over at that point. So it was an exceptional day. I just really pleased with how it turned out.
Well, what was the strategy for you out on the track? It looked like this was just an absolute patience waiting game the entire way through.
It really was. I had a really good finish in the second duel and started 5th row outside, and my plan at that point was just kind of ride around in the front of the field, stay out of the back, stay out of the possibility of being caught up in a wreck, and it was all really going to plan. The car had good pace, and I was working well with a couple other guys, and I was just like, well, at that point, I'll just kind of stay up here and try and keep my nose clean, and it all paid off in the end. I got really fortunate at the end when the the front pack got broke up into 2 that I was in the right lane at that point, and I just got really fortunate. I made all the right calls in the lane to be at the right time, and just put me in a good spot at the end.
Well, it put you in a great spot, and we are so happy to see you up here at the top, being able to claim on this podium position. Austin, congratulations on a race very well run.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, there we go. Austin O'Neill, third place finisher. It looks like we're not going to get a chance to chat to Jerry Isaacs, but we can look forward to the next round of the majors happening on the 3rd of March. Welcome to hell. It's the 1967 German Grand Prix in the Lotus 49. You'll be able to catch that at 12:45 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. If you're in America, 8:45 p.m. ET. It's going to be a lot of fun, DJ and Lynn. I'm looking forward to it. DJ, your thoughts? Lotus 49 always provides a good show.
Oh, it certainly does. And around a place like the Nürburgring, it's going to be a real test of drivers' endurance. It's going to be a test of making sure you keep things together and no downforce to lean on. So that's going to make things very interesting.
Absolutely. And Lynn, there's definitely a lot of past form that Christian Challoner has to build on in the Lotus 49. He is a semi-regular competitor in the Grand Prix Legends official series. So wondering if he's your favorite for victory there.
I would certainly put him at the top of the list alongside of a couple others that might have not transferred into tonight's feature. But at the same time, it is the Nürburgring. Anything can happen up on those hills, and once you go into that forest, it's not always a guarantee that you're going to come back out the other side.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see who comes out on the other side in round 3 of the majors in a month's time. But we say goodbye for now to the Pacific region of the majors series. The Daytona 500 goes to Miles Crabb. I'm Reese Gardner. DJ Clark and Lynn Kinchelo were with me in the comms box, and Jay Kennedy's handling production behind the scenes. Make sure to subscribe to SimSpeed TV and follow us on all of the various socials. We are streaming on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Kick. And we certainly hope that you have a lovely rest of your day wherever you are in the world. And we will see you next time. Thanks very much.